back in, it does. And he's locked in, but what a goal! Inundated. So popular.
It'll be on here.
Yes. Yep.
Good morning, everyone. This is Kate Patrick speaking from the Victorian Croquet Centre at Canley. We are bringing you the final knockout over the next 3 days of the Croquet Australia Golf Croquet Singles. And we're starting with the playoff for the last place in the final 16 who are in the knockout. I'm welcoming to the commentary box Serena Saville-Stewart, who is actually in Albury, and Wade Hart, who is in Queensland. And we are watching on court 1, if we could just move the camera across so we could see it a bit better. We're watching on court 1 a playoff which is starting at hoop 2. And I'm going to introduce Kevin Beard, who is here to tell us what's going on. Kevin, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Hoop 2 is just on the left of your screen. So we have 2 players who are vying for 4th position in their block. The player just playing the ball and clearing black at that point was Richard Parkes, and John Vandertow is his opponent. Now, the winner of this match will be 4th, and I understand the loser of this match will be 5th. So John's playing black and blue, and they're contesting the hoop from this side. It's hoop 2 in the normal court configuration. With the knockout, with this playoff for 4th place, it's a very shortened game. There's only 3 hoops contested, hoops 2, 3 and 4, and first to score 2 hoops wins the playoff. So at the moment, Richard has an excellent chance of getting over the blue ball and through the hoop. If he succeeds, then it'll be 1-0, and I'll head off to hoop 3. That's a lovely shot. Clearly jumped the blue ball, scored the hoop. Now, John's ball is in the jaws. Hoop 3 is off to his right, 14 yards across the court. But with his ball in the jaws, he had no choice but just to put it out where he did. You'll see where hoop 3 is with Richard playing his red ball.
And no games.
And it looks as like Richard is a little bit short and not in front of the hoop. Hoop 3 is the hoop with the red top on it. John's about as far away from it as you can get on a croquet court. About 30 yards, roughly 30 metres. So if Richard wins this hoop, then that's it. He'll be 4th. Oh, I'm wrong. Richard has done a sensational shot and looks as if he's right in front of the red hoop, hoop 3. So this will be interesting. A good play for Richard is to hit with his yellow ball, hit blue to a position where he can't even see the red. And John will have to do some miraculous shot if he's able to hide him from red. It looks like he's certainly going for a distance. And John will have another 30-yard shot roughly to keep himself in the game. Once John has lined up, we'll probably get a view of whether he has to run the hoop or whether he's got a full sight on red or whether he's half hidden from red. So if Richard wins this hoop, then that's the end of the playoff, and Richard will go through to be fourth place in his block, and he'll join the knockout part of the event, the main event. Oh, that's a nice shot from John, but not nice enough. So Richard should run this hoop. But of course, we've said that before, haven't we? I'm not sure whether he's excited or quite an unusual jump there. Looks pretty straightforward, but we'll see. And nice and easy. Well played, Richard. So Richard goes through to the knockout and is in fourth place. And John will be, I think he'll be in fifth place, and there's a special event for those that are fifth and sixth. But more on that later on. So now we'll go to croquet scores and have a look how the four blocks, how the players went in the four blocks. Probably we'll start with the blue block. So the top seed for the event was Robert Fletcher, and he won 10 wins and 1 loss. So there were either 12 or 13 in each block, and the top 4 go through. So in this block, Robert is first, Owen Dickinson with 9 wins is second, Barry Jennings from South Australia and Andy Barbaro both had 7 wins, but Barry Jennings comes third on net hoops. He scored 14 more hoops than he had scored against him. So they're the 4 qualifiers from the blue block. Actually, it'd be interesting to see if we can. Who was the person who beat Robert Fletcher? So that's the grid. I think Robert lost his game on the first day. And it'll be coming up shortly.
Ethan Gumbrell.
It was Ethan. I thought it may have been. And Ethan is, a young player, under 21, I believe, Serena. And so I heard that he was very excited when it happened. Yes, Ethan. Ethan's name is below the screen. If you can make it just a little bit smaller. So Ethan scored 7, and then bring the screen down a bit, and we see Robert's score up in the top row. I think it was 7-5. Anyway, Ethan had probably the biggest scalp he's had in his reasonably short playing career. Okay, can we have a look at the next block? The red block, and have a look who won the 4 players that got through on it. Okay, so in this block, Gary Phipps from the Murrabinda Club in Bunbury, Western Australia, won all of his games. He's second top seed in the event. Chaz Quinn from Victoria won 9, and Kevin McGlynn from Canberra and Peter Freer, also from Canberra, came 3rd and 4th with 8 wins respectively. Kevin having more net hoops and coming 3rd place with Peter 4th. Mark Scruton was quite close. He was beaten in the last game of that round by Gary Phipps to miss out on a playoff for 4th place. If we could go to the black block. Okay. Malcolm Fletcher. Oh. Yeah, okay. Malcolm Fletcher was the 3rd seed for the tournament, and he won 11 of his 12 games. David Scott, who did particularly well in the doubles over the last few days, came 2nd on 9 wins, with Gerda Lambeck from Canberra also on 9 wins. In 4th place was Damien Hadfield from Kyneton in Victoria. Damien is relatively new on the competitive croquet scene, and he's done particularly well to qualify in this event. He should be very pleased with himself. And so he'll be playing probably in his first knockout event. I think he's usually ended up in the consolation event. And the final block of the 4 is the yellow block. So the 4th seed is Jamie Gumbrell from Canberra, the sister of Ethan, who is 4th seed in the block. Sorry, not in this block, 4th seed in the whole event. And Jamie won all of her matches or games. Lester Hughes from Williamstown in Victoria played particularly well as well to win 10 out of the 11. And Brett McCarty was in it right till the end as well with 9 wins. Brett's from the Perth Club, Forest Park in WA. Now, this is the block that had the playoff. Before the telecast started, Richard Parks beat Malcolm Powers. John Vandertower, Richard Parks and Malcolm were all in the playoff. John had best net hoops, and so John was got a bit of an advantage in having a bye to start with, and Richard played Malcolm, and Richard won at the 3rd hoop. He beat Malcolm Powers 2-1. That meant Richard went through to play against John, and then Richard beat John, as we just saw a few minutes ago. So Richard is in fact in 4th place in that block and goes through to the knockout. So while we're here, the knockout draw is being done, and it's an interesting draw. It's done with all the first place getters being ranked on their world ranking, basically, and they get put into particular spots in the draw. The second place getters are done the same way, but they get a choice of which quarter of the draw they get put in. So it's player choice. And the same happens. They have particular cells they have to go into, but the choice they have is effectively who they will play later on in the knockout. They get to choose which of the block winners they would play if both they won their next round and the block winner won their next round. And the same happens with third place getters and then fourth place getters. Well, have Wade or Serena, have you seen the playoff done before?
I can say that I just saw Richard and John Vandertaal play, but I'd actually like to pay a bit of respect to all the players. This is an enormously long contest, isn't it? It started, about the 7th of May, and they've played 4 days of doubles, and we've now got 5 days of singles. I mean, anybody that plays 6 games a day, you're looking at like 50 games, isn't it, for the tournament? It's just amazing that the players are fronting up for all of this.
Well, absolutely, but it's an addictive game, a very addictive game, and I think they're loving it. The more games they can get, the better.
Well, what's the weather been like, Kevin?
Well, last Saturday and Sunday were wet. It was quite cold and very miserable. That was the first 2 days of doubles, but it's gradually got better every day.
So I'll ask my last question. I'll ask my last question, then I'll let Wade in. How many games are they expected to play today? How many rounds?
Today, in the knockout, the knockout is best of 3, and they're expected to finish their best of 3 match today. So this morning, some rounds played 1 game, and other rounds played 2. We had a couple of dropouts, so 2 of the blocks were smaller than the other 2 blocks. With 4 players going through and 4 blocks, this will be the round of 16. And so by the end of the day, we'll know the quarterfinalists in the main event. We're trying something new as well with this event. The Australian selectors are interested in seeing as much best of 3 play as possible, because that's the main form of the game at the international level. And so we have the 5th and 6th place getters in each block playing their own best of 3 tournament amongst themselves. So it's a best of 3 knockout with them. They'll have the opportunity to improve their skills because they'll, in case they get an opportunity later in the year or over the next 2 or 3 years to play for Australia or in a teams event or in a world championship. The remaining players, the players from 7th position down, will go into an event called the Plate, which is prestigious enough in itself. There's been some very good players who've won the Plate, and they'll go into, my understanding is it'll be 2, 3 or 4 blocks of round robin, where they play everyone in the block, and then on the final day they'll play possibly a semi-final and then a final to get a block winner from that. So that's where we're at the moment.
Well, I'd like to actually do a shout a shout out to somebody. You mentioned that Damien Hadfield, this would be his first knockout section at this level, first knockout competition at this level. But what about Andrew Barbero from Wangaratta? I'm sure this would have to be his first knockout competition at this level. And to see Jamie Gumbrell and Ethan Gumbrell in this, I think this is just wonderful to have them come through to this level. So I'm looking forward to the rest of today, actually. And thanks for that explanation.
Okay. I don't think Andy actually got through to the knockout, or Ethan. Ethan just had the honour of beating one of the top players in the world, Robert Fletcher. Do you think Andy
I think
did?
Andy did in the blue block. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So at the moment they're downstairs doing the draw, and as I said before, it's player choice. So it would be nice to have some ears down there to see who's choosing to play against whom. We're sending somebody down now just to see where it's up to. Wade, I haven't met you before. Do you play much golf croquet?
I do know that Wade actually does play association croquet. I'm not too sure if he does play a lot of golf croquet.
Okay.
So the quarterfinalists and the actual final rounds, they'll all be best of 3, or the final will be best of 5?
The plan is that today we'll get through to the quarterfinals. Then we'll have tomorrow on Saturday will be the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, all best of 3, and then we'll have a full day available to play a best of 5 final.
I look forward to seeing who gets to win at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, you finally come through, Wade.
Yes, yeah. I'll answer the question from before. No, I play both codes. I actually finished 3rd in the Queensland Open a couple of weeks ago. After hardly even playing at all. So maybe that's the trick. You don't play, you save up all your good shots for the tournaments.
Yeah, that's another reason for not practicing too.
Yeah, it didn't quite go so well the next weekend when we had the AC8s with the Fletcher boys, but let's not talk about that weekend for me as much. But it was wonderful watching the Fletcher boys. They put everything on a 20-cent piece from the other side of the court. Their ball control in both forms of their game is just amazing, and they'll hit anything from anywhere. You can't ever be too far away from a Croquet if you're leaving the Fletcher boys open for a shot.
That's for sure. It's going to be very exciting croquet from the moment we get the knockout started. I heard some clapping going on down there, so it sounds like they're proceeding with the draw. We'll find out in a moment just where they're up to with that. Okay.
Could I just make a mention, gentlemen? Could I just make a mention that we only have 2 females in the final round of 16? Jamie and Gerda.
Yep.
Am I correct in that? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we've got
like.
to do better, Kevin.
Well, that is true. Over the years, we've had more females at the top level in these events, but this for example, Alison Sharp certainly has won this event before. I do have the matches or the matchups. Robert Fletcher will be playing on the court we're going to look at now, court 1, against Damien Hadfield. So Damien will now have the honour of playing Robert, effectively on centre court, which is great. The other match that will be on this court, all these matches will be double banked, and so at some point you'll get a chance to concentrate on one of the matches and move across to the other one. When things become a bit more interesting on it. The second match is Gerda Lambrecht from Canberra, one of the females, and she's playing Chaz Quinn from Victoria. Can we? Are you able to send that up on the screen? Yeah. So we've got. Oh, yeah. So for those of you who know some of the players, Owen Dickinson will be playing Brett McCarty. Andy Barbaro will be playing Jamie, the other female. Malcolm Fletcher. I haven't got surnames here. Will be playing Peter. Barry from South Australia will be playing Lester Hughes. David Scott, I think it is playing Kevin McGlynn from Canberra. And Richard Parks, who we saw win the playoff, will be playing Gary Phipps. Okay, so it looks like on court 4 behind there, it is David Scott and Kevin McGlynn practicing or warming up. In the foreground is Robert Fletcher, who's playing Damien Hadfield. So Robert's in all white today, looking resplendent in all white.
Oh, he's warming up
Are
for
all the referees local?
AC World Championships.
That's true. He's been playing a lot of croquet in the last 12 months or so, and you're right. He's heading over to play to London to play the World Championships in July. In fact, he's probably heading over in a few days. He's playing the British Open GC Championship before the Worlds, and also playing the Association Croquet British Open before the main event. So he's going to get plenty of warm-up for the World Championships. which the AC World Association Croquet World Championship, he won in 2013, I think, when he was 20. Okay, so
Damien
this will be a... Go on, Wade.
I was going to say Damien looks like he's in form this year. He's won 72% of all his matches in only his second year of competition. So he's definitely in form. And if someone's already knocked off Robert, then it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Damien could do the same thing here if he has a good game and Robert isn't playing up to his standard.
That's correct. So they've tossed the coin, and so Damien has elected to play first, and he's playing black and blue. They're still just going through the court acclimatisation phase. They'll get 5 minutes to get accustomed to this court, and then they'll start from corner 4, where they just hit off. Damien just hit off then to get the game going. So it looks like they're warming up on all of the courts. You can see Gary Phipps in the background there in red, and practicing, testing the court to see how close he can get to hoop 4 from hoop 3. Robert looks very relaxed. This is Chaz Quinn. Looks like he's practicing a jump shot, and that looked quite successful too. Chaz always looks relaxed. You can't really tell whether he's under pressure or not, which is, I guess, a good thing. So it looks like everybody's going for jump shots. Oops. Damien's getting his bad one out of the way first. That's better. I haven't seen Gerda on this court yet, but she'll be there, possibly be behind the camera, practicing as well. So to me, this looks a little bit random, the players going around. Most players have an organised way of using their 5 minutes. In general, probably the most important thing is to work out the speed of the lawn so that when you're going from one hoop to the next, you always land in a position where you can run that next hoop from. That's certainly one thing I try and do. Others find they need to hone their clearing shots. And so they'll hit, in fact, you can see Robert in the background there, hitting red at yellow, because it's quite important in his game to hit those sort of 4 or 5 yard shots dead centre so that he sends the opponent ball a long way and his stays quite close to the hoop. Damien was just trying a blocking shot. Now he's doing a small clearing shot, but keeping black so that it hardly moves at all, which can be quite valuable in golf croquet. And I think he's just done a blocking shot there to stop the blue ball getting through a hoop. So it feels roughly like 5 minutes to me. I think they'll be starting quite soon. In fact, Damien's just, I believe, just hitting the ball across to corner 4. Oh. Okay, so he's putting it in the jaws of hoop 4. Yeah, they're all heading across to corner 4. So the game will start shortly. I assume the primary colours, which are black and blue versus red and yellow, will start. As I said before, Damien won the toss and elected to play first, and he's going to start with the blue ball. The balls are played in the order blue, red, black, yellow. And there's the first shot of the knockout tournament now. Damien was trying to put it in front of hoop 2. It's quite a bit short. And Robert's response will be to put it in front of the hoop, but quite deep. So I guess to create a little bit of uncertainty for Damien. So Robert's in a position where he can run the hoop with the red ball. Damien has come up short with black as well, and isn't in a position to run the hoop 1 with either ball. Now, Robert appears to have blocked, yes he has, he's blocked the blue ball, which is the next one to play, from hitting the red. So he doesn't have much alternative. Looks like he's going to try and get in front of the hoop and block the blue from, block the red from running the hoop with his blue balls. And this is the first hoop attempt by either player in this first match. And Robert scored the hoop quite easily and gone down to the next hoop. Looks like he's sitting pretty much beside it. A nice shot by Robert. Wade, you've picked up something with Robert. He's playing with a different mallet to what he usually plays with. What do you know about this one?
Yeah, apparently he and his brother have started producing their own mallets. They were playing with them the other weekend as well, and they must go all right because both of them were playing exceptionally well and playing good croquet. But I think that was as much to do with the person holding the mallet as it was the mallet itself. But yeah, that's what he's playing with, is his new side project business venture of producing mallets. So Robert's using like a round mallet that's kind of a little bit of the same design as the ones that Peter Coles makes. So with the centers being drilled out of them and the weights at the end of the stick as that ball goes and disappears.
Yes. Okay, so Robert cleared the black ball to give himself a chance to run hoop 2 with the next ball to play, which is yellow. But of course, Damien is showing us why he got into the knockout with the shot from roughly 30 yards away, hitting the yellow ball out of position so it couldn't run the hoop. Well done, Damien. Now Robert has cleared the next ball to play, which is blue, and he didn't stay in front of the hoop himself. Now, it'd be interesting to know whether he deliberately kept away from the black ball so he doesn't allow Damien to clear his yellow. This will be interesting here. Looks like Damien is going to clear the red. It's not the next ball to play. Yellow is. Oh, wow, what a shot. He's blocked the yellow ball from hitting the blue away. So Robert's only got one logical shot, and that's to have a go for the hoop. It's really good to block another ball, but sometimes it's even better to block the hoop. And it looks, I can't tell, but I suspect Robert has actually missed this hoop completely. So Damien will get a chance to run his first hoop in this match, that hoop 2. And Damien has been quite strong on his hoops during games. He looked a bit nervous during his warm-up, but look at that, straight through the middle, very nice. So the score's 1-1. And as Robert hits his red ball across to hoop 3, and it's quite long and a little bit to the side. That's a good defensive position, you might call it, but it's deceptive. He may be able to actually run the hoop from there. This video is coming to you from My Sport Live. We have several cameras here and supporting Croquet. We're very appreciative of that. Okay, so Robert's yellow ball has come across, and it looks like it's not in a perfect running position, but a quite acceptable running position. So Damien has to either get rid of yellow or red, and hasn't done so. So Robert, with his defensive red ball, will either hit black as far as he can, or possibly hit it to a position where it's wired from the red ball. No, he's gone for the long shot, which for most players is as good as hiding another ball, or hiding it from the ball that you want to play yourself. So at the moment, Robert's got balls near the hoop, and Damien is, I guess, searching for a good shot to get himself back into a winning position at this hoop. I think yellow can run the hoop, so I think he'll be trying to hit yellow offline. Yes, that's what he's trying to do. Ooh. Can you tell from the body language whether he hit or not? He did, but unfortunately he's knocked it into a better position for Robert. That's bad luck, Damien. I haven't seen them yet, but the other pair
bullied that through.
Have started their game. So Robert has just got the ball through. He'd be, I think, pretty disappointed with that shot. He would have liked to have got it all the way down to the next hoop. In a way, it's the second worst thing that can happen. The worst is you miss the hoop altogether. Either landing in the jaws would have been a good result for him. But the best result would have been to be right down the other end in front of the next hoop. So Robert's leading two hoops to one. Now this is interesting. Robert looks as though he doesn't think he can get the yellow ball down. It must have gone through and gone to the side a little bit. He looked as though he was tempted to hit it out of that position with the red, but he's changed his mind. He's going down to hoop 4, and it looks like he's trying to clear the blue ball. And the blue ball is still sitting in its wonderful position that Damien put it. I suspect Damien here will try and put the black ball in a position that makes it difficult for yellow to hit it. It's going to be hard enough for yellow in any case. Black hasn't blocked yellow from hitting blue. Okay, John Vandertower is the referee for this game. And so there's a possibility of Robert making a fault at that hoop by, for example, not using the centre face of the mallet, using a beveled edge, and that would have, he could hit the ball, do a fault, and the opponent, Damien, would have had a choice of the ball being brought back to that position or left where it was. So that's why John put down a marker on the ground to indicate where the ball would go back to. And Damien just showing his calm and gentle approach to running hoops. Do you run hoops like that, Wade?
I would love to run hoops like that every time, nice and smooth all the way to the end. And having the turn at sitting at Desmond 2-2 after 4 hoops, he's got to be pretty happy opening game against Robert, with all the nerves that would be attached to be at 2-2. He's got into this game well.
He has. I thought he looked very nervous in the warm-up. But he's hit 2 clearing shots. One of them wasn't to his advantage at all, and run 2 nice hoops. That's a very good start for Damien. There's Gerda in the background. They're still contesting hoop 1. She's playing Chaz Quinn.
Is he going to whack red here? He looks like he's lining up for a big cannon shot across at it. If he manages to hit it, he'll have the pressure right on Robert. Yeah, missed it.
That's probably the hardest he's hit or attempted to hit a ball in this game so far. His other clearing shots were really trying to nudge the ball out of the way, but that time he was trying to clear it quite a distance.
Yeah, with two balls in front, there's no reason for Robert to risk taking that shot and missing and then letting Black either jump him or grabbing the hoop. So he's put Black all the way down the far end and could very well be wide from his yellow.
Yes.
And so Damien now has to walk all the way over to the far car park and try and hit yellow from back there. And even Green's trying to stop him from hitting it.
That's correct. I'm sure they'll be able to get Green moved. Looks like Damien wasn't sure where it went out, but Robert took good note of the exact position the ball went off the court.
Especially if it was wired, he would have been taking a special note.
Well, I think he'd have taken a special note anyway. Wade, I'm certain.
Yes, we've all had those opponents that manage to unwire themselves through witchcraft as they walk down the lawn.
So it's
We're
like
just
Chaz
waiting
has
for
been
the
hitting.
traffic jam to clear.
Yep, Chaz has been hitting Gerda away, I suspect. So she's putting her other ball back towards hoop one. Okay. And here's Damien's sort of his last chance, I think, on hoop five. Yellow's certainly in a running position. Looks like. So, given the distance he hit, it looks like he was trying to nudge it out of the way. I mean, this is by no means a gimme hoop.
No, Robert was making sure it was tight because he's hitting it at the angle. So you want a nice firm hoop so that you can bounce off that far stanchion like that. Because if that hoop was loose, hitting that far stanchion like that could have seen it nestle in the hoop rather than getting bullied through. So Robert takes the lead.
Yep. Robert's leading 3-2.
That's coming in hot like a...
Robert's looking at the sprinkler hole. He may ask the referee to put some soil or grass clippings in there. A sprinkler hole is considered, as in golf, like ground under repair. So you don't have to hit over it. Sometimes if it doesn't matter very much, the position of the red ball, you might move the red ball to the side a little bit, and so you don't have to play over the, effectively court damage. You don't get relief from just an indifferent part of the court, but from old hoop holes and from sprinkler holes, you are entitled to relief. The pink ball in the far right-hand corner of the screen is evidence that the second game is still continuing. We can't tell at the moment whether they've scored hoop one or not. It's possible pink scored the hoop and ended up there, but it may have been cleared to there or missed trying to clear Gerda's ball. Here comes Chaz. We'll be able to tell what the situation is. Looks as if he's looking back towards hoop one, so I'd say hoop one hasn't been run yet. Meanwhile, the referee is off covering up that hole to give Robert a fair chance to get in front of hoop 6. So my guess here that Damien is he's having a good chat to Robert. It's a two-way chat. Every minute that Damien spends with Robert, he'll probably be learning stuff, even if Robert is not trying to give advice. In fact, he's not allowed to give advice during a game. But it'll all be helping Damien, I guess, help his chances in future matches in croquet.
I reckon they were discussing what's better, a chicken schnitzel or a parmigiana.
That could be. The weather's usually a favourite topic at Canley. Today it is really a really nice day without any rain or wind. But it's a little bit overcast. So it looks like he's putting sort of sand on there rather than grass clippings to me. And that should stay there for the rest of the day, and well, until the lawns, the sprinklers come on next, which I doubt if they'll come on. They'll be used before the event's finished.
John's being very meticulous about that. It'll be the flattest part of all of Canley there.
You may be right. Here we go. Let's see if we see a deviation as it goes over that mark. It went over the corner of the lip. I couldn't see the deviation.
I was secretly hoping it went nowhere near it, and so that it was all just for vain. But no, it did go just over the side.
Okay, so they've both put balls in a position that can run the hoop.
Black looks like it could be very close to blocking red. Blue might just be able to see a smidgen of red, but black has not stopped in the most opportune place, unfortunately for Damien.
Now, I suspect Robert will try and protect red as well. This looks like he's trying to. I wonder if he's put black in an even better position and at the same time got yellow closer. No. Nice shot, Damien.
Yeah, I think he only had a needle to thread and he threaded it through like an expert seamster. Oops.
We just saw Chaz in the other game has just missed hoop two. Another good opportunity lost at that point. And he's practicing his swing.
Yep, that's how you do it. Here we go. Kaboom.
Okay. Clearing shot from Robert. So Robert clears particularly well. He's usually able to get the ball to sort of a far boundary, as he's done in this shot.
Yeah, he has radar-guided precision on his Croquets.
Yep.
Oh, that was a Maxwell Smart miss by that much. So Robert putting a little bit of a gap on, which will really put the pressure on hoop 7, because going 5-2 down will be a bit of a problem, but coming back to 3-4 with a good run down to 2 back will really keep Damien in the game.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm going to leave you now, Wade, and I believe Serena is going to come back. Nice to meet you online, and I'll meet you on the court one day.
Yes, pleasure. Good morning, Serena. It's afternoon as well. Good afternoon, Serena.
Yes, I've been here the whole time, enjoying the chit-chat. Yes, so we're heading for our hoop 7, and yes, the pressure is on Damien. I admire Damien. His rise has been quite spectacular, and now he's playing with one of the world's top elite players. A special moment.
Yeah, and he's more than holding his own. There's no reason why he can't go on a little run here and get a couple of hoops and put the pressure right back on Robert. At the moment, they're just waiting for the traffic to clear, which I think that hoop just got run, so we shouldn't only be 10 or 20 seconds away from resumption in our game back over to 1 back or hoop 7. So we've got, as we wait for these balls to clear,
I'd like to make a special mention of John Vandertout at the beginning of the broadcast. There he was playing. 15 minutes later, he's got his referee's jacket on. Certainly dedication to the game.
Yes, he's one of Croquet's great volunteers, and if any player hasn't watched his videos on YouTube, they're well worth a look. He does some excellent refereeing videos that nearly all serious players should be watching about double taps, especially in clearances, where he goes through how to judge it, and whether it was a double tap or not in a clearance. That's a exceptionally good video. So he's one of Australia's top referees. So these players out here will be in good hands. So he must have just called a foul there. So that'll just delay the clearing of this hoop 2 by the second game, but won't be for that much longer.
It's a testament to how big this competition is that we've got double banks on most of the courts at the 12-court venue, Victorian Croquet Centre. Players from many of the states. Must be quite a boost to tourism in Melbourne, I think.
Yes, especially the far west of Melbourne. I can't see too many people wanting to come out this way unless they're coming out to enjoy some lovely croquet. I think the wrong ball was just played there.
Yes. Yes.
So any delay that they can find to stop our main commentary game from continuing, they're finding at the moment. So in this case, the opponent, which is the lady, can do a replace and replay or a ball swap. And it seems like it could be a ball swap occurring, given the gesticulations by John there. So it's always wise, because lots of players, as soon as the wrong ball's hit, will just for ease of thought say, oh, just replace and replay, but sometimes you can gain a tactical advantage by doing the ball swap. So it's worthwhile just taking the few seconds to go through the permutations of doing a ball swap before you just take the easy option of replace and replay.
So that will be green to play now. For Gerda.
Yes. And so finally, the last ball will clear one back, and our game should be able to restart now.
That's not an easy shot, Gerda. Not quite a Jaws.
No, we're going to take to the air. Fly, white ball, fly. But we're back to our main game, and the first approach shot back to hoop 7 for blue. A little bit further away from the hoop than he perhaps would have liked, but it is directly in front. Oh, pulled up just short like a jockey at the bar.
We'll see where yellow comes through. What position takes up?
Robert will either set up or clear. I mean, there's not too many other things you can do in a game of golf croquet, but he's taken the option of just putting it in front of the hoop and saying to blue, if you're good enough to make that hoop, then you deserve the point. And so that's the challenge Damien's going to take up here. The big moment in this game, because if he can run this hoop and get down to the next one, it'll be 3-4 with advantage to the next hoop. Oh, rejected. It was close. Oh. He can't be too disappointed at that attempt. It was very close to going through, but he'll be cursing. Now, what's Robert scheming up here to get control of this hoop with his red ball? Looks like he's going to try and clear blue, probably hit left side of the ball to pop it back hoop side of the play. But we'll see what he does. And he's managed to do it. So he's set up here for a 2 versus 1 ball because he cleared the alternate ball to the one that he often would like to be clearing. So he could decide here, now that he's got the 2 versus 1, to set up with blue and then clear black with red. But you can see him thinking he had to adjust his cap just to make sure that the the brain was getting enough cool air to it.
Well done, Damien. You've got Robert thinking.
Yeah, certainly has. He has decided to take the position with yellow and challenge blue to hit red. So blue coming in at a much lower pace than I expected, and sadly for Damien, hits the wrong side of the stanchion, and I dare suspect black will be cleared here, because any hit of black down to the other end of the court is going to see it likely wired from yellow by the hoop. And that's exactly where he aimed to hit it. A great camera angle right over Damien's shoulder there, showing that that blue ball is in the way of him hitting the yellow ball. He's going to give it a bash anyway, so here comes the black. Robert can really grab this game by the scruff of the neck if he can get through this hoop and run it down to hoop 8. I did well. I didn't call it 2 back, hoop 8. Sadly for Robert, the black ball was in the way, but he's got the consolation of making the hoop. So 5-2. Damien really needs a good position on this one. Usually the top players will play in their first ball to a hoop and then use their second ball in to have a clearance shot. So I think that ball drifted a little bit off to the right, so I'm not sure it's in a hoop running position. But either way, yellow will now need to deal with blue when Robert gets to shoot. Looks like black was coming into block. Whether it was successful or not, it's a little bit hard to say, but Robert will hit his yellow ball at something, either the blue ball or the hoop. And he must have got the blue ball because it's nowhere to be seen.
I didn't actually take the starting time of this match down, but it seems to be moving quite quickly apart from that little bit of a break at hoop 7, waiting for second colours.
Yeah, I can only think of the one hoop that's been taken on and missed. All the others have, once they've had the chance at a shot at the hoop, it's been made, which, like you say, makes for a quick travel around the circumference of the court. Oh, he's managed to pop red right in front of the hoop. That's the second time he's helped Robert by straightening up his balls. So, yeah, Robert's going to have to make sure he sends him a Christmas card.
Damien will dream of that one tonight.
Oh, nightmares. Yeah, Robert's good enough that you don't really need to help him out by doing things like that. He usually can make his own hoops without giving great assistance like that. So it's now 6-2. And after being 2-all, Robert's sort of got a little bit of gallop on around the second part of the race course. And Damien's deciding it's time for a drink.
Are we perhaps waiting for second colours at hoop 4?
I dare say that's the case. It's wonderful that everybody all around Australia can watch the best players in Australia play the Australian Open and see the tactics and the skills that the best players have. And at this point in time, it could be a good moment to welcome Tricia to the commentary booth. Good afternoon, Tricia. Maybe Trisha's not quite with us yet. There's quite a few stairs leading up to the commentary box, and sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get up them than you expect. So we're watching the second colours here battle it out at hoop 4. So I just need to remember the order of the colours. So yellow, no, that's white. White and then now green. And so green is bang in front of the hoop. In comes pink. Doesn't waste any time, but sadly for pink, it missed brown off to the right. So now brown will look to summarily dispatch the white ball to the far edges of the court, leaving a long shot at the green or the hoop. Come on, Gerda. Give it some curry.
Hello, Wade. I've arrived now. Can you hear me?
Good. Yes, good afternoon, Tricia. We're just watching the second colours battling it out at hoop 4, which is causing the traffic jam with our main commentary game. But that's fine.
I've just been watching yellow. Sorry, I've just been watching a film. We've got Chaz Quinn, but who's that he's playing? Is it Kate McLaughlin?
Goethe.
Goethe. Oh, she did very well, didn't she, to finish in the X?
Yes. And it looks like she should be making this hoop with the green. I'll just touch some wood here so that if Gerda misses, she doesn't hunt me down for giving her the commentator curse.
Yeah, it does look pretty okay right in front there. Chaz standing right out of the way, ready to play his next ball.
It was definitely what we would call a dainty shot. No, I'm unsure of what their score is, but in our main game, the score is 6-2 to Robert after Robert's gone on a run of 4 straight hoops.
Oh, that's very Robertish.
Yes, I think at 2-all, Damien probably congratulated himself, and then before he finished patting himself on the back, he was like, oh my goodness, how did this happen at 6-2?
And Damien's from Kyneton, which is a small smallish country club near Meath in central Victoria. So he wouldn't have had a great deal of experience at this level. So he's done very well as well.
Yeah, no, that's what we were saying at the beginning of the game, that this is only his second year of competitive play, but he's had a 67% win rate this season. So he's definitely an improver, and it's great. It'd be a great experience to play one of the best players, not just in the world currently, but by the end of his career, Robert will end up quite likely being regarded as one of the best to have ever played the game if he continues on.
And he's still young.
Yeah, and it's especially a brave decision and a bold decision from him, because the players got to choose who their opponents were in this draw, which is a new one for me. But apparently Damien chose to play Robert in this first round of knockouts. So he's not afraid to call out the big boys and see how he goes toe-to-toe with them. And he's certainly not disgracing himself. And of course, this is the best of 3 match. So after this one, we'll be going around again. And this one's not even done yet, because of course there was famously Reg Bamford came back from this score in a World Championship final. So it's never over until that 7th hoop's made.
That's right. I saw that match with Reg in Cairo, and it was extremely exciting. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. So we hope that Damien can at least get a couple more hoops in this game and make it really exciting for us.
Yes. I'll often say to people that I think that the best ever game of golf croquet is probably already been played, and it was that one.
Well, I'd hate to think that that's the best ever. I'd like to see something exciting for the next generation of golf croquet players.
Yes, it will. Well, it will sure have to be spectacular to beat 6-2 down in the deciding game of a World Championship against the hometown hero, and to come back from that. It was, if you haven't seen it and you're watching this commentary afterwards, look up that game on YouTube, because like Tricia said, it was absolutely amazing atmosphere and an amazing result and play by Reg. But Damien's playing in the blue here, trying to stay in this game. Oh, and he almost did. So if Robert knocks this red through, he'll take the first game of this match.
No.
Bouncing back.
Interesting
So
that
this
Robert
game
did
must-
exactly the same swing as he always does, even though it was potentially the last hoop, and the ball would have gone through and a long way up the court. He just does the same swing.
Yeah. So it's left the door ajar for Damien. Robert playing in deep so that should the clearance come from the black ball, he'll only get cleared to the boundary. But blue is going to try a very angled shot here. I'll be surprised if he can do much more than jaws it. It's bounced out. And now it's over to Robert to figure out what he's going to do. Oh, the angle of red here, he's going to take it on and for an in-off, you would think.
Oh, absolutely. That's an almost perfect angle, isn't it? He's just
you would.
Ready. There goes the hat.
Yeah, just the hat. He's got to be licking his lips like a A lion in the jungle. I think he'd just like
warning he's warning the other game that blue is likely to go over into them. So he's certainly planning to hit this fairly hard.
Yes, always the gentleman. He's calculated the angles. Can he play the shot? Not quite, but it's popped out in front.
Mm-hmm.
It hit the far stanchion and bounced out, which now black is right there. He can try and clear red and get into the jaws himself, which he kind of has, although red's going to be all over that like a flies on cow patties, let's say.
Well, the blue's a long way away, so a nice little placement of yellow. Red deals with black, so blue's got to do something pretty smart now.
Yes. Yes, he's going to have to hit the red ball, but from where blue is, red mightn't even be able to be seen. Could just be shut your eyes and swing and hope to croquet Jesus that something happens.
And once again, waiting for the Chaz and Gerd again. Trouble is, if Damien does manage to clear that ball, it can still only go to the boundary. It's still only 7 or 8 yards away.
Yeah. Playing Robert is relentless.
Yes, you don't expect him to miss anything that's 7 yards or under. Although,
no, but we probably as well didn't expect him to miss a couple of hoops in a row, but we've seen it, so.
It's been a long few days of competition because they've been playing the doubles as well, and although for a lot of players it's a great chance to warm up for the singles, it's still fairly intense competition.
It was fairly intense weather by the photos I saw too.
Yeah, Melbourne really turned it on.
And so here we go. Let's see what blue can do. It's desperation stakes at the moment for Damien. In it comes. Well, he's cleared the ball that was the easy running ball. So he's left it up to Robert now to try and clear black and pop into the jaws off that clearance.
And, of course, it'll leave black a long way away. Red and yellow will be in command at the hoop.
So you just need to make sure that he doesn't hit black straight into the game that's playing hoop 5. Just warning the other players that black's about to come their way. But just as much as he wants to hit black here, he's concentrating on getting red into the jaws, which I think he may have done. You don't need to hit the ball, the clearances any further than the boundary, and that's how far he hit it.
And leaving blue in a good position as well. You could try the in-off again.
Yes. Although I suspect that if the ball, yellow and blue, are sitting in the same places after this shot, yellow will be sending blue back over to where black just came from. He's got it. He's made the
Oh,
shot more
he-
difficult for Robert.
Yes.
I don't think that will deviate Robert's plan, though.
It was two good clearances in a row from Damien from the opposite side of the court.
Yeah, he's definitely showing why he's in the knockout playing the world number 8 here. Although the score suggests otherwise, Robert hasn't had it all his own way.
Oh.
Bit of backwards and
So now
forwards,
what
having
do
a
you
look.
think?
Oh,
That blue one.
he's... Oh, no, the pink's coming and snuggled up right next to the red. Lucky John's there to break them up like a youth pastor at church. And two congregation members had gotten too close. Especially with the red right in front of the hoop. It was a bit unfortunate to have the other ball come in and disrupt it. John will sort him out, though. I wondered what happened when they were standing over the far side of the court, throwing their heads back, and that must have been why.
It was a critical ball, wasn't it?
So now John's just directing the traffic, trying to sort out where pink ended up, and then now marking it so that the primary colours can... I see Robert's yellow ball missed the clearance on blue.
Yes.
And
Yes,
some-
that was a surprise. And blue has this in-off opportunity.
Ooh.
Yes, he's made the most of that.
Nearly popped into the jaws. So we've seen 3 attempts at in-offs, and each one's rattled the stanchion and not quite gone through the hoop.
I'm not sure now if red can see blue or blue can see red. Yes, looks like it can. This last
And so
hoop's
all the balls
proving very
gathering over there in the
difficult.
corner. Yes. They've really... I think this is the biggest battle they've had on any of the hoops so far. It's been a quite quick game up to this point. But
And I think yellow's still on the far side of the court. Wait, is it?
yes, it's all over there by its lonesome, waiting to come over and join the party.
And that
So
hoop
it'll be
5
interesting.
contest is still going on.
Yeah, it must be a ding-dong battle, that game, because they... So it'll be interesting to see if Black's going to clear out of order the ball.
Red.
Because, of course, the other tactical decision he may have made would be to set up with black and then clear red with the blue ball. But he's decided to clear out of order, and red's now hit away. Hopefully black ended up in front of the hoop. That would have been ideal. The camera will show us in a second. So Robert putting in a deep ball, which makes it unappealing now to be cleared by the blue ball that's on the boundary. And it also means that if black clears the...
I think he's trying to promote it, is it?
He very well might have there. But even if black now clears yellow, it can only clear it to the boundary. Yeah. So Robert wrestling back control of this hoop again. He's the one now with his two balls in a hoop running position, and the black and blue having to do something about it. And realizing that he can only send yellow an extra yard or so to the boundary, black's come in as a blocking ball on the hoop. Not sure if it was a bit short. It looks like Robert's lining up the hoop, but we'll see here. He is, and it's bounced off the right-hand stanchion. No, I didn't have 3 misses in a row at a hoop on my Robert Fletcher bingo card.
That was a fairly long hoop, but yes, it was surprising. But it was worth a go. It was almost a free shot because the blue can block or clear the red, make it more difficult.
Yeah, and if it had gone through, he would have finished the game. But he gets another go here with red. No.
Oh, well.
I'm just showing that he is actually human. And the Magpies come across knowing that something amazing is happening, that Robert's missed 4 in a row. So the Magpies come across not quite believing it either. If nothing else, it should give Damien a little bit of inspiration or hope or something for his chances in the second game, because he's really battled well at this hoop.
This is a fairly difficult clearance, but there it goes. Very, very close and awkward. Had to bounce it off the far leg, so there must have been enough of it sticking out.
Yeah, but blue just gets another chance to have a go here.
He wants it through, not just in the jaws this time.
Oh, in the middle and rejected like the ugliest man at the bar. Yeah, sometimes you can get them in the middle of the hoop and they'll just wiggle and jiggle around and come out the wrong side. There we go. Robert with an in-off that he takes advantage of. So 7-2, Robert won the first game. It was 2-2. And then Robert went on a run around and finished off the game with a 5-0 run of hoops. But that last one was quite a battle compared to the ones before it. So hopefully Damien can take something from that and come back at Robert in this second match.
That was, I think, more than 15 minutes at that hoop. So now they'll take a quick break, do they, or will they just play on?
I'm not sure what they'll do here, given that the secondary colours is playing hoop 7. They might decide to wait until secondary colours gets around to hoop 9 before kicking off. I'm unsure, but either way, the first game between Robert and Damien's done.
It will be interesting to watch this second colours game because they're both clearing very well. They took a long battle at hoop 5, so they've only moved ahead to hoop 7 in that time. So there must be some good exchanges in that game.
Yeah, we haven't been keeping up. Yeah, we haven't been keeping up with the score. But like you said, it seems like they've been at each other the whole time. So I would not be surprised if it was if the scores are very close. But White not taking on the chance of a hoop shot there, which is the more conservative decision to make.
Yes, I did expect him to go for that. It must have been more angly than it seemed to us.
Yes, or Green perhaps had a better shot. Yeah, that would be what Gerd will be looking to do, because if she can hide Green from Pink here, we saw her come across and pick her place, just sailed past. So you would imagine that Pink is now got its eyes on Green, assuming that the right ball's played, which it is.
I think he was looking to see what shot White had.
It could have been. It's difficult to say. It doesn't take too long with his shots. I forget this gentleman's name, but yeah, it doesn't mess about. Up he goes and hits. Chaz, that's right. Quick game's a good game for Chaz.
That's right. He walks quickly, he hits quickly, and he hits very hard.
And Gerda's got a lovely stroke with her big, long-handled mallet.
Yes. So, is he going for the hoop this time? No? Whoa, that was a bit wild.
Yeah, that wasn't even in the same postcode. That was as accurate as some Russian artillery. So Gerda takes advantage and gets the hoop. Unfortunately, we don't have the score. But we know that it's a ding-dong battle.
I think Pink was just heading for a penalty spot there.
Yeah, the naughty corner, although it's not a corner. Naughty spot. So
White's really well placed.
Yeah, it was so well placed that I think Gerda decided that she needed to shoot her first ball even at it.
I think so. So
So
this will
she'll
be another
have another go here.
Shifting it. Yes.
Got it that time.
Beautifully done.
Yes, Gerda plays with a nice upright style with a Solomon grip and long-handled mallet. It's very relaxing to watch.
And very accurate, apparently, too.
Yes, well, as we were saying before the match has started, there's only two ladies that made it through to the knockout. Jamie Gumbel and Gerda here. So she's been playing well this weekend to finish in the top four of her group.
Is Gerda also from Canberra Club? I know she's AC of some New South Wales, but I don't know if it's...
I believe so. It seemed like the ground didn't do her any favours there. Just as she hit it, the ball bobbled, which never helps the accuracy of a shot.
There's a few bubbly spots on the courts. I saw one earlier with looked like Darren McLaughlin, on the other court. I think it was Darren, unless it was Brett McCarty. From behind, they both look very similar. You can see a couple of spectators there. It looks like Julie Beasley, another Victorian player. I can't tell who the other one is.
Nice day to be out in the sun watching some croquet.
It seems like it. Looks good down there. And after what they've been playing in, now we can tell who they are without their raincoats and hoods on.
Oh, gave it a haircut.
It was close.
So Chaz should be favourite to make the hoop, but not quite yet. And that the result of that shot where White was against the staunch and doesn't help Pink much either for its shot. Another great shot from Gerda. Really showing the advantage of the Solomon grip and a nice upright stance and letting the mallet sort of flow through and do the work. Just get out of the way, let the mallet swing straight. Lovely classical style.
Grip, Wade?
No, I had shoulder surgery, so I use a traditional grip. I wish I could use Solomon, but it just isn't quite comfortable for me, sadly. And when I started, someone said, I'll look up a bloke called Reg Bamford on YouTube and hit the ball like him. So not far off. So that's what I did. And, well, no, because it's Reg Bamford. There's only Robert Fletcher can hit the ball like Reg Bamford. But no, I modelled myself off him, so I don't cast. I just sort of stalk well and try and hit a nice, smooth swing.
And do you practice 300 strokes from the boundary to hit the peg?
I have been known to, except I don't hit.
Well, that's not a Reg, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't hit 195 of them like Reg does. So although green has travelled a little bit further than Gerda would have liked there, what it does allow her to do is if pink comes in anywhere in her vicinity, she can clear it into the open court. And, of course, Chaz knew that, so he made sure that pink was deep so that if the green ball clears the pink ball, it can only kind of clear it to that near boundary. So that's one thing for anyone watching who's new to the game or a club player. If your opponent puts in their first ball and it's not in a hoop running position, think to yourself, where can I put my ball that if they clear me won't do much damage? So Gerda's actually going for a promotion here, trying to hide the brown ball from the pink ball. Has she managed it? No. Did he put it through the hoop? I think he did.
With the clip.
Yep, he rush peeled it through the hoop. So that was very nice of him, especially as that was the next ball in play. So sometimes croquet gives you some opportune outcomes. So that was Gerda's lucky hoop. She'll be doing a little happy dance inside.
It could very well be 2 hoops for her. Real bonus.
Yeah. My eyesight's not good enough to see all the clips to count them up in the game to figure out the score, but gee whiz, it must be close. If I had to guess, it would be 4-5 to somebody.
I think you could be right. There's a lot of clips, one of each colour on the hoops.
Yeah, and the play is very yeah, it seems when he tries to hit some power, because he further down the mallet can sometimes end up skewing it away. We've got the first game as well, back beginning, playing across to hoop 1. Gerda wasn't tempted there to clear the white. She took the hoop on, but sadly missed. So it looks like we're going to go back to our main commentary game between Robert Fletcher and Damien Hadfield. I think that's his correct last name. Robert has to shoot at something, and I think he missed. So blue now, black playing at the hoop. And Robert now deciding if he will take the hoop on either through a jump or through a normal shot, or whether he'll clear blue and let red have a shot. What were you going to say, sorry?
That was another one of those strange strokes from Damien. He didn't follow through with it. He sort of pushed it carefully, and the result was the same.
Yeah.
He didn't get much of a swing on that shot.
He seemed to be quite... No, he was hampered by the blue ball, which I don't think helped him much.
Is that what it was?
Robert thought he could...
did one earlier as well.
Yeah.
Watch this one.
Yeah, he's having a shot at the hoop here.
So
in the
that's
jaws.
Also that pull at the end instead of finishing the swing.
Yeah, I can't remember how he finished his swings in the first game. But Roberts missed the black.
It's only been in the hoop approach shots, Wade, when he's in the hoop shots, when he's has an option of hitting it right through or going for the jaws. He seems to do half and half, and it goes just like it did then. Hits one leg and stays there.
Yeah, I played some opponents where they've been very much into... Yeah. I think he's managed to get it through. He might have a bit of a problem in his next stroke, but No, but he's got on the scoreboard. And it looks like Robert. Is Robert stuck behind the hoop? Not quite. So if this yellow is in a good position, Robert's in a exceptionally good place at the start of this next run, because blue here is in a unhappy position.
So often happens if you try to promote your own ball through. You've really got to give it a whack to get it further.
He's playing off to
It's very awkward.
Yeah, so he decided to play it off to the side. So I was just thinking, he's going to try and play it through the hoop there. It looked a bit awkward. He might have needed to call the ref, but he just played it off to the side nice and safely. And Robert being Robert, has hit from the other side of the court and put it 1 yard right in front of the hoop.
We need a good clearance here, Damien.
Oh, through the hoop. Oh, no. It's one of those ones that's you'll often see they'll come down and clip and then go through the hoop, and then I was working on that in practice during the week. But Robert with a good chance to make the hoop, and that he does. That was a good example of following through and going through. Yes, because that ball went through on protest at the start. It really did catch in the hoop, but because of his nice follow through and the top spin on the ball, there was no way it was stopping. It kept going and snuck through the hoop. As the person who taught me to play croquet at the start, follow through and it'll go through.
Who was your first coach?
A lovely eccentric character up at Coolum called Colin Harris, who insisted that if you're going to play croquet, you have to play association.
Good call.
Yeah, well, it means you can play all the games, and there's no such thing as too much croquet, really.
Well, there are a great number of people who can only play golf croquet at the moment, but I'd like to see them converted so they can play both.
Yeah, leading up to the competition, I was having a look at the top-rated Australian players, and there seems to be quite a number of people who previously were solely AC players, like Dwayne McCormack and Robert Forster, who have come across to enjoy playing golf croquet as well. So hopefully, yes, we get to see some more cross-discipline play, because at the last World Championships for golf, all 4 of the semi-finalists were also AC players. So playing both games, I think, is good for the playing both. Oh, almost threw both at once. That was almost a 2-in-1. This deserves a replay. Let's have a look at how well he's run this hoop. Straight through that one, and then inches away from running 2 at once. Down comes the yellow. And so you imagine how this is going to play out is red's going to hit black to the boundary, and then black's going to need a 7-yard roquet on yellow. Of course, blue's yet to play. He's got a bit of a double between yellow and the hoop, but no, it's gone far off to the left. That was further left than Karl Marx, that one.
So red clearing black to leave yellow in fine position. And with Damien having a 7-yard clearance, if the clearance here is successful, Robert will be aiming to send black all the way to the boundary, but to keep red nearby.
Yeah, probably as well, not just to keep red nearby, but to attempt a wire using his clearance ball, which he went close to doing, but looks like he just isn't all quite ducks in a line. But you could see what his brain had in mind. Hit with such
nice work
vicious,
if you can get it.
Yeah, hit with such vicious power that he had to go wandering all the way over halfway across the next lawn. The ag pipe, even the ag pipe couldn't stop that one.
Oh, black's really needing to clear the yellow as well now.
Yeah. You don't want to be giving Robert a shot from a yard out. Oh, so close.
And unfortunately,
was,
black will be offside.
Gets it through.
3-1 to Robert.
So it's sort of lovely slow motion of his Robert's swing there. And one thing I noticed with both he and his brother, they managed to keep their ball straight across the court, even on courts with undulations. They tend to have undulations affect their shots less. And the other weekend in an AC tournament, I was hitting very straight, but hitting them almost too straight. So you hit it straight and you think, oh no, that's heading straight for the ball, and a lawn undulation between here and the other side of the court to take it off. But the brothers don't seem to have that occur to them. And having watched them closely, I think they managed to hit the ball either very flat or slightly on the up, which that replay showed us. And it brings the ball a little bit off the lawn so that it takes the undulations out of play a little bit and keeps the ball going straight in the direction which they've struck it. And having just given him a wrap, having just given him a wrap, he's gone and missed a 7-yarder.
Both of them hit the ball dead centre too. There's no curve as it slows down. It just goes dead straight because the face is exactly where's the ball.
Yeah, and another one that has a similar kind of swing is Ed Wilson, who hopefully over the weekend we'll get to see play as well. Excellent work, Damien. So he's sticking with Robert in this game, 3-2, coming up the middle.
Ed's got a huge swing and very long legs, so he can do that.
Yes, he has the physical attributes of a soccer player or an AFL player, but he swings a mallet with much vigour when he wants to.
And as does Lester Hughes.
So black coming up and joining red. Blue has got a little bit of a hampered shot, so it'll be interesting to see what Damien can do about it all here. Oh, what about that for an approach?
Doesn't look like he's going to be able to hit anything. He's severely hampered there.
He's showing the referee some leg, hoping that that'll curry some favours.
Thought he was pulling the knife out of his sock.
I think he just doesn't want to get his shorts dirty. Oh, he's got it. No. It was a decent effort, though, for all the effort getting down there. It ended up working out quite well for him.
Now, Robert
So
would
Robert
like to
could-
send black behind the hoop and get red across to the next hoop. He's taking a
You
lot of
read my
care.
mind. Let's see if he does it. He's definitely got red over there, but black. Is it black or blue? I can't remember what color it was. I think we'll have a shot back at yellow. Yeah, I think it still will be open to yellow, but we'll find out.
Mm. I wonder what he's deciding about then. He must be blocked, wired by the hoop. If it's not wired, there's no decision to make, really, is there? You've got to hit it. It's going to shift red instead.
No, surely not.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe he was wired, and that's why he decided to do that. That's the only reason I can think of why he wouldn't have rolled the dice. Is he must have decided that he couldn't see yellow, so he was just going to move red, and of course, wowzers! I can now say that I've seen Robert Fletcher miss a 10-centimetre hoop, and that's something for the croquet history books, that is.
I'm not sure that Damien will be so pleased now that he made that decision, but had he fired at yellow and missed, he would have been a lot further away. So at least his black ball's still hanging around.
And there's no way that you could have predicted that Robert was going to miss a 10-centimetre hoop.
I think you're exaggerating, Wade. I think it was longer than 10 centimetres.
Yeah, but you got to talk it up. All right, let's have another go.
This one for 4-2 up.
Yeah, no mistake that time. So in the first game, we had the score 4-2 to Robert after 6 hoops, and then Robert, of course, went on to win every hoop after that to take the game. So Damien will not want that to happen again.
No, being best of 3, this game's one he really needs to win. There's that magpie again. Come to check it all out.
Yeah, he's certainly enjoying the croquet this afternoon, that magpie.
Blue's in on the boundary side, so that if red's in on the boundary side, so if blue decides to clear it, it can't go far. He must think that blue's not in hoop running position. I'm planning a clearance here.
Beautiful stroke.
Good job. Mm.
Damien returns fire at Robert.
That was a nice clearance.
He certainly not disgraced himself in these games. He has made Robert play some good croquet to keep him to win the games. So
And,
Robert might have looked like
time.
yeah,
Sorry,
and
mate.
it was interesting that Robert actually played that red back behind the black. So many might have considered that he overhit red, but I actually don't think he did. I think he put red out there to make it a very unattractive ball for either black or blue to clear and to then be able to take control of the hoop with it. Whereas if he'd gone in front...
He's got a free shot here. If he wants to, he could run the hoop. Oh, not quite.
Yeah, perhaps he was trying to, but just without too much speed on the ball. But either way, now this is what Robert played for, was to have red still sitting there after that rotation, and now he'll be looking to gain control of this hoop. So I think he's going to clear blue on the left-hand side and look to pop his red back onto hoop running side of the hoop 7. And I think it went better in his brain than it turned out on the court.
The winner of this match will play the winner of that second colour game that we've been watching. That's Chaz and Gerda.
So again, Robert playing a ball in that is quite unappealing for black and blue to hit. That shot looks like it's wide from red.
Looks so.
So Robert could try and block black from yellow. No, what he's done there, he has blocked, or at least might have been attempting to block black from red as well. Either way, that's where the balls are. We'll see if Damien can hit this yellow. No, he's gone the red.
There's been quite a few exchanges of this hoop too.
Yes. And we'll see if Robert's taking on the hoop or taking on blue here. I suspect it'll be blue, but it could be the hoop. Yeah. He wanted to see if he could get yellow to bounce off into the jaws or through the hoop, but the angle just wasn't quite correct and it sailed just to the left of the hoop there.
An opportunity for Damien to take control here. If he can wire from yellow, almost. Looks like Robert's looking to clear black. No.
I think he was just ensuring that yellow did have a shot on blue.
Well, he's got to clear
So I
somebody.
think you're right.
So he's retained position and he's allowing yellow to clear blue.
Yeah, it was a wonderful shot. They're the type of shots that can turn around and win you a hoop, because he's put black halfway down the court, sat the clearance ball in front of the hoop, and his partner ball's there to clear the danger ball as well. That's a good approach back in as well, and he went so close to blocking.
few angles involved in this one, isn't there?
Yeah, it looks like Robert is possibly only able to see the right-hand side of blue. Hard to tell. We're just slightly off the angle of the view that Robert would have, but he needs to, either way, he needs to clear the blue because otherwise it's going to be all over red. No, he's gone back so that blue either has to jump through the hoop but he won't be able to. Blue will have a difficult time coming back towards red. That's what Dan's going to do. He's going to try and snuggle up. So it was an interesting bit of play by Robert there. It was, it was an interesting bit of play by Robert there. It's not the neither of us even expected him to be doing that.
No, I thought he
looks like he could be preparing a jump shot here.
Well,
there you go. So that unorthodox play by Robert seemingly has allowed Damien a glorious opportunity to really put some pressure back on. Oh, I feel for Damien. It would have been lovely to have a nice clean run through that one down to hoop 8, but alas.
You could see then the stroke that Damien's been using. His elbows remain quite bent and he doesn't get a full swing on the ball.
No, it's quite an unusual style compared to the more classic style that both Robert and in the other game we saw Gerda playing, a very nice sort of smooth upright style. Damien's is more a hunched style.
So black's not fully through. Gosh.
No, but I'd much rather be in Damien's position on this hoop than Robert's. It's going to have to be a pretty good shot to be putting black back through the hoop here. But that's why your world number 1 is you can hit straight. But unfortunately, it looks like he's popped it through some feat of unexplainable physics.
Yeah, leaving it awkward.
Yes, it definitely isn't a bad outcome for Robert there, because if Damien had a shot straight at the through the hoop, he would have been able to run the hoop and get down to the next hoop at the same time. But because he managed to pop it through, now his shot down to the next hoop is actually very awkward. So I think we're just waiting, getting balls marked for the second game here. They're probably playing down to hoop 2.
Disturb the referee's lunch.
I know, how rude. Yeah, someone's definitely going to be called for a foul for that. Yeah, so we're waiting for the second colours to play down to 2, and then these gentlemen will be able to then play down to hoop 8.
So we don't know who won the first game in the second colours.
I'll have a look on Croquet scores and see if that gives us any clue. Greta beat... No, that was 3 hours ago. So no, the score hasn't been updated quite yet.
No. Barry Jennings is through against Lester Hughes.
Yeah, 7-2.
Oh.
That's quite a quite a confident score, those two. You have to be playing well to beat anybody 7-2.
That's right.
So now that all
the balls are back.
the secondary colours have played up to hoop 2, the primary colours will play down to hoop 8. And John's playing the role of policeman with the traffic lights out at a major city intersection here. And that's a pretty good shot from a hampered shot from Damien. Yes, quite deserving of a replay.
As you've
Again,
noted before, yellow
Robert's
coming in on the boundary side.
Yes, so Robert deciding that black is not in a position to run the hoop, and so making sure that he didn't park himself on the open court side of that initial black ball, because that just would have set him up for a long walk like all the way across the other side of the court.
And a snuggle.
Yes. So the score is 4-3 to Robert. But Damien is well in this match. So the next ball to play, although Robert's looking at the red and blue balls, the next ball to play is the black ball.
And if red and blue are touching, Robert can use or Damien can use an association croquet stroke.
Yes, which
It'll
you
be
would
blue to
imagine
play
would be a
first.
stop shot. Robert wiggling his fingers like a dastardly villain in a pantomime, thinking about what his next play is going to be.
Considering his options there. Well, if he comes up with yellow in front of the hoop, black can clear him, so that's not going to be a great idea. So he could come on to the other side so that he remains wired. You still have control at the hoop if you can do that. No, he's staying wired on that side.
Yes. Staying on the boundary side of the play as often as he can. So you were correct. He just wired himself the other way. So now we'll see if Damien... Are these balls touching? I'm not sure if they were touching or not. I don't think they are now, though.
Well, if they're not touching, they could both be out of play for a little while this jockeying position goes on at the hoop with black and yellow.
Yes, that very well could be the case. I would suspect, however, that we could see red at the boundary and blue at the behind the hoop boundary. That's the other play that Robert could play here, is to play through the crescent of the ball and have red scoot off to the right and blue down to the boundary. I think Robert's looking for a John, just to make sure that the shot is legal. Yeah.
He needs to have them separated at a wide angle to avoid the double tap.
Yes. John does a great video where he shows that if you hit it at, I think the angle that he says is 62 degrees. then the red ball in this case will skirt off the side and not double tap. So that's what John will be looking for here, is the angle that Robert strikes this red ball into the blue ball at. So you can see he's got back behind. So you can see that, as we predicted, blue's behind the hoop and red's off to that other boundary.
Yes, there was a little bit of caution needed there because there was a risk that blue could go down into the hoop area. He had to make sure that it finished behind it, didn't accidentally clip the hoop.
Yes, and if anyone was going to be able to figure out all those angle permutations, it would have been the number one AC player in the world. So Robert now could set up and then back himself with red to hit black, which he's going to do.
I'm not sure that he was too happy with that. It's, as long as red and black are still open, Damien checking that.
Yeah, well, I think he was trying to do.
Yeah,
I think he was trying to do two things. He was trying to wire his ball from blue and also leave black open to red. So
black must be open because blue's coming in, but unfortunately takes the back of the hoop on the way.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And because now blue got itself hampered, red's played in to a position where blue can't hit it. I suspect if blue had come in front of the hoop, we would have seen a clearance shot on black. But
I think so. There was
as
no need
is the saying, you don't solve the... Yeah, you don't solve the opposition's problems for them.
Just popping in another ball, another one that can run the hoop.
Yeah, and so that was almost the only thing that blue could do there, was play in the hoop. Now, if Robert gets a nice clean jump through here, blue is in a dastardly position because playing across to hoop 9 from there could be difficult. But the first thing Robert has to do is get this red up over it and leave it sitting in the hoop, which he hasn't done. They've snuggled up under the blankets watching Netflix. So that will be an interesting one to see if they're touching or not. If they're touching, blue will be able to really take advantage of that. If it's not, then it could end up being at a slight impasse. It's definitely a head scratcher. Damien agrees.
Because if he clears yellow, it'll be on the same side as blue, giving yellow an opportunity to clear blue. So they must be touching.
Yeah. So again, it's one of those things that Damien was not going to solve Robert's problem.
No, it's going to go the jump again.
Yeah, this is what brings the big audience numbers to these streams, is the spectacular jump shots like these.
I hope it's a clean, well, it doesn't need to be clean because red will be stuck there if it's a clean jump. Blue's free,
but
red's not. Yeah, lovely
Hang
jump.
on, no, did he do it or not? Yes, that did go through.
See the movement in the hoop.
Yes, that was a great replay, that one. So that was a big hoop. So Robert now 5-3, but he does need to extradite his red ball from that hoop to come over and play hoop 9. So Damien will be very keen to get 2 good positions at this next hoop to really keep the pressure on in this game. But sadly for us, they've run into the second colours again, and we'll have to pause the main game just for a moment and watch this hoop getting played out, hoop number 4 between the second colours.
Pink and white got control there now.
Yes.
Brown's hanging back, so there's no threat at all. Chaz can just park the white one. Oh, no, Chaz.
That was a very ambitious shot. Like, I'm surprised he didn't take a setup there and then look to clear the brown ball with his second colour. But he's the one in the knockout of the Australian Championship, and I'm the one sitting in my office in Brisbane.
And would you rather be playing, Wade?
Yes, but sadly Melbourne was too far away during this weekend. Whoops.
And what you were saying
You
about
could see,
not helping your opponent.
Yeah, so a very risky action from Chaz.
That one was, yes.
And that was not far away. It'd be what Gerda would really like is if that blue bounced off the stanchion slightly. It's hard to tell sometimes from the camera angles whether that's sitting on the stanchion or it's come out just enough to be able to be popped through.
Chaz quickly decides that he's going to go where he can jump it.
Yeah, that's the case. He could also as well think that the second ball can clear it. We'll find out in a few seconds.
Nice shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Such a smooth action. Another couple of people that action reminds me of is the Gumballs. Both of the Gumballs play with a lovely upright. Another good shot. A very upright stance in their actions. So this is going to need to be a good shot to get Pink, because Pink is right in a very good hoop running position. Not Pink, White.
That's right. It's a long shot. It's 14 yards. No,
Yep, not that time. So Chaz gets another chance.
Chaz.
It's taking a bit longer this time.
Yeah, that was smoother. Of course, going across to hoop 5 is not a problem if you've only just run hoop 4 by that much. Thought about it. You can really see it grab on the replay.
So a nice hoop approach from Pink, but with green sitting right there, it could be strawberries on toast for Pink.
White's going to have to either stop green or block brown. And
yes, good shot.
Okay. From that
so
angle,
now we'll see our main.
Green's a clear pink. just forward.
But
Oh, we're back
now
on
that
the other
they've
game.
cleared, yep, hoop 4, we're back to our main game. And Damien, who, if he's going to win this game, you would think really needs to run this hoop and not just run it, but run it with style to take control of hoop 10 as well. Because 5-3 down, he really needs to get it back to 5-all in these next 2 hoops.
Yes,
So
he would have
Robert making
liked Blue
sure,
to be
again,
in
he's
really
the
perfect
near...
running position, wouldn't
Yeah, because he left it short, it allowed Robert now to take up a position on the boundary side of that hoop. That can happen sometimes after you've had a bit of a
I was
sit down.
also-
You can come back and just leave your next shot short.
The red ball I thought was still hampered at the previous hoop, but he had a clean shot.
Yeah, I'm as surprised as you are because, like you, I thought it was in the jaws, but it must have just come out enough during that jump shot. It must have disturbed both sets of balls.
Mm.
So what will Blue do here? Will Damien look to go at the hoop in one way or the other, or will he look for a clearance? No, he's going to go at the hoop. Come on, Damien.
Mm. Now, nice smooth swing, Damien. Finish the swing. It just stopped again. Did you notice that? There's no follow through.
Yeah. So Robert taking care of the black. So what Robert will be trying to...
The angle.
No.
Sorry.
But it's a good angle for him because he can skirt Blue off to the left and send Yellow down to the next hoop if he manages to get just the right angle on this. Oops. That wasn't in his brain. So now Blue's got a glorious opportunity to make this hoop.
Hmm.
There you go. Still grounded the mallet, but still it was less grounding than he'd previously played it with. Yeah. And shoulders through and whatnot. So
oh, there we are. Yellow's not even halfway up the court, but it did look like it quite a little way.
So black there is prime meat for red to clear off into the open side of that court. So if Robert can make good position here, that court's taken that very much to the right. Because the plan would have been to sit in front and then be all over black. But he's opened the door for Damien here. It's one of those that if that snuck past red, it might have gone through the hoop. But as it is now, Robert's got a clearance on black and he'll be looking to stop this ball in front of the hoop during the process of clearing.
Just enough weight to shift black and keep red there.
Yeah. So the score is actually 5-4 to Robert. Damien giving him a good game this match.
Well, that's a strange one. It's giving Robert an opportunity to send black a long way and hold yellow in position too.
Yeah, Robert definitely now has control of this hoop, even if he doesn't have a ball a yard out. Red is directly in front, and Damien's balls are quite distances away. I suspect here we'll see Red being able to take a shot at the hoop because Yellow's sitting right there looking very menacing on blue.
Absolutely. Black is a long way away.
Oh, that was another one of those that looked like it was in the middle of the jaws, but was just the rover hoop was just like not today.
Most of those have taken the left leg.
Yeah, it looked like it was straight in front. Straight in the middle of that hoop, but yeah, it just jiggled and popped out. But Robert gets to maintain control of the hoop. Although by his standards, he's probably slightly disappointed with how far Yellow moved on that clearance. So Damien looking to probably come back in, but he can't go too close because Red's lurking right next to the hoop for any ball that just pops in front. So Red's going to put some salt and pepper on this, and salt and pepper and a little bit of sauce. Red's going to eat that for breakfast.
Let's say goodbye, blue.
Lovely controlled shot by Robert, so that because that you can see every time Robert's trying to figure out what shot to play, he's nearly as concerned about where his striker ball is going to end up as he is where the opponent's ball in the clearance is going to end up. He's trying to sort of make two shots with one. So in that case, he managed to not only clear the ball, but he set his red ball up in front of the hoop. And when you're playing someone who's effectively taking two shots every time they swing the mallet, it makes it very difficult.
Yeah, so he's now
really
got two balls that could run the hoop. And black.
Yeah, he's got to hit red. Yeah, he needs to hit red here.
Absolutely. No, he's not trying.
No, it looks like he was going for yellow. Yeah, I suspect he was going at yellow there. But either way, it sailed past. Black is Robert's going to likely want to put black. Yeah, and black to be wired from
black on
yellow.
Yeah. Shows
So
you
the only
how important
opportunity is really. Yeah, the only real opportunity he has here is to go through the hoop, and even then, it's likely from that angle that even if he runs the hoop, that black ball will come off as we look at it to the left and miss the yellow.
Yes.
But we'll see what happens.
Still miss yellow. And he's looking around and see if there's any opportunity for positioning for the next hoop by hitting off something.
So Robert with a stranglehold on this game. He's 6-4 up. So with 3 hoops left, Robert only needs one of the last 3 hoops to take not only this game but the first match of the knockout round. Damien was directed over to the offside spot.
Another results
Could
just
almost get Robert to
on Croquet. Sorry. The match between Malcolm Fletcher and Peter Freer has resulted in Malcolm with a win, so he's through to the next round.
Yep, 7-6, 7-5. So 2 tight games. That would have been some quality croquet played between those 2 gentlemen. Two of the top players, Peter Freer and Malcolm Fletcher, with Malcolm, although getting up in 2, they were 2 close games. So an excellent position taken up by Damien, and then an even better one in response from Robert. So is Damien going to be shooting at red here?
Looks like it.
He's got it. Did that go through the hoop? It was difficult to tell. I don't think so.
Don't know. No.
No, he would have been walking up in a sprightly manner to that hoop if it had gone through.
Oh,
yeah, just
close.
off to the side.
That's great replay.
Yeah.
And Robert.
I think Robert's managed to just get that the other side of the hoop.
Has it? Yes.
Yeah, just the other side of the hoop. But Damien gets to really take control of this hoop if he can get 2 good balls in front
hang
here.
Out to the side. Yeah, hang up to the side so Red can't see it easily. No, Red can really see it. He's lining up for it.
Yeah, but that said, even if he hits it, Red can't stay in a hoop running position.
No. Well, nobody's in hoop running position now.
No, but I'm sure Damien's going to try and fix that with his next shot with black. So he's gone and put himself about 1.5 yards directly in front of the hoop. And Robert's going to reply with a position and back himself to clear black.
Yeah, with the red. And blue saying, no, you're not.
Nicely done. So we'll see Red having a nice ping at black here.
Say so. Whoa, not quite.
Yeah.
Big opportunity now for Damien. Nothing else around. Red would be offside. And swing through the ball, Damien.
Nicely done. The game goes on. Damien sticking to Robert's coattails,
Yeah.
making sure that he doesn't just give up with a whimper.
That little bit of follow through makes all the difference with those hoops, because if the ball touches the leg, it will continue to go through. Hasn't gone far, but at least it's through.
Yeah, for Damien's quite a big unit. He's not a little bloke, but he good shot. Usually you see the younger, bigger blokes tend to have quite a powerful game based around hitting balls hard, whereas Damien is very much a positional player, getting positions in front of the hoops, ready to run them.
And he is clearing very well, but this awkward situation he finds himself in there, if he could run the hoops more cleanly for a little bit further distance, it'd make a huge difference to his game. But for someone who's only been playing a couple of years, he's doing extremely well.
Oh, it's exceptionally well. 6-5 against Robert Fletcher. There's not too many other people in the world who wouldn't be very happy with being in this position. I'll tell you what, if I was taking 5 hoops off Robert, I would be very happy.
Yeah, and he's cool as a cucumber, isn't he? He just gets up there and hits the ball.
Yeah, I think it's the mo. Like, how can you not be cool as a cucumber with a mo like that man has? Nicely right in front. So really putting the pressure on Robert here. Saying to Robert, here you go, hit these balls.
So, yes, thank you.
So Robert was trying to...
There's an opportunity.
Yeah, well, Robert was trying to put the red in the jaws, but if he can come back here and wire himself from that red, then he can really take advantage of that positioning.
So would you be beginning to think now about what will I do if it happens to go to hoop 13?
I would just be thinking, if this goes to hoop 13, then I'm just going to be a happy man. So I'd just be all worried. My only concern would be getting this hoop. Because if you get to 13...
Okay, let's see if we can get the wide spot. Ooh. It was almost an opportunity to both wire and block yellow.
Yeah, well, it mustn't be wired, because if it was wired, Robert would have had to have cleared black there.
That's right.
So now twists and
yellow unable to run. So, yep.
So twists and turns on this hoop. Now it's come back to blue doing something. So instead of shooting it and trying to clear red, it looks like he's going to shoot and try and clear yellow. He's done enough to move it, but his blue ball has ended up in the orbit of Mars.
Yeah, not a good place to be.
No, especially not this time of year. So how did Robert's clearance go?
Oh, we'll see in a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, the suspense is killing me. So red's stuck relatively closely around. So
in the grand scheme of things, red and yellow are closer to the hoop.
Yes, Robert's definitely got the advantage as it sits at the moment. This could run the hoop here. You can see Damien urging it to change its direction, which I don't think it did. No. He was telling it, go to the right, but no, it stuck off to the left. So Robert will be looking to both clear black and perhaps no, he's just going to wire from black.
No, wire. Ooh, no.
Come on, Damien. You've got to cheer on the underdog.
Little miss. All right.
Yeah. Well, it's disrupted the plans because I suspect Robert was looking to clear blue there with yellow when blue was in front of the hoop. But
So it's not really a free shot at the hoop, but it is if you hit the leg and stay there. No, we're just coming in.
yeah, Robert must have decided that it either was totally wired or wired enough that it'll be very difficult to get a good clearance on yellow. So black's just going to take the ball in front of the hoop. No matter the result of this game, Damien will have taken a lot of confidence from taking a top 10 golf croquet player in the world to 6-5 and perhaps even golden hoop.
Yeah, I think it's a great experience for him. And it's really good to see someone from Central Victoria attempting to play at this level so early when there's very little opportunity to play strong competition when you're stuck in the middle of Victoria. He will have been travelling down to Melbourne quite a lot. So I think it's great to see.
Yep, and it's still on like King Kong on this 11th hoop. Anytime you think someone's got an advantage, they manage to lose it either through a slightly loose shot or a good bit of play by the opposition. And so this second game of this match is still very much there for the win for Damien if he can get this last hoop before the golden hoop.
Seems the scores coming up wrongly at the moment. We've got them at 6-all, but the 12th hoop hasn't been finished yet.
Yes, we're actually at 5 for Damien and 6 for Robert. So if Damien can make this hoop, we'll be off to the Red Rover hoop for the decider.
Yep, so it's correct now.
Yeah, so what's Robert going to do here? He's kind of... Black's controlling the hoop. Black and blue are controlling the hoop, so he's going to come in deep, long way from the hoop, making him as unappealing as possible for a clearance. Damien's going to have a go at this angled hoop.
Had nothing to lose, did he?
No, well, there was tactically there was not much else that was going on. Like he couldn't come in front of the hoop because yellow would have just cleared him. So even though it was an angled hoop, there was a non-zero chance of it going through.
Actually, the outcome was pretty good. Turned up into final position that was further away from yellow, so it's not too bad at all.
No. So the decision he's got here is, I guess he could promote black if he was looking to be aggressive and brave, or he could clear red. Looks like he's going the promotion.
I think it's worth a go. He can promote and get both balls in running position.
Yeah, and he almost, the other thing he could have almost done was, and he almost did do, was get blue to wire from black. So it was an aggressive play that almost came off, but it still's not a disaster, because if Robert shoots at the hoop and misses, black's in a great position. But I suspect we'll see red clearing black to leave the shot for yellow.
I'm not sure. He looks like he's looking at the hoop. But
yeah, he might be getting hungry and decide that he wants to go in for a sandwich. Yep, he's lining up at the hoop. Oh, look at that. Straight through.
That's the hoop.
So in the end, it was a touch. Yeah, a touch of class there from Robert right at the end, with a long, smooth hoop under pressure to finish the game off. But look at that. Lovely hoop. But definitely no shame for Damien there. 7-5 against the world number 8 is something to be very proud of. So well played to Damien, and of course well played to the winner of the match, Robert Fletcher, who'll go on into the next round.
Yeah, that was a very good second game, and had a little bit of everything, and some interesting tactical decisions there by both of them.
Yeah, well, to give viewers the context, I think Damien's world ranking was 660 or something, and Robert's was 8 in the world. So to 5-7 is he can be very proud of himself this afternoon. He can go and enjoy a nice cold drink and sit down and reflect positively on that performance.
And Robert will be playing the winner of Chaz and Gerda, and it seems those balls are going back in the box. So it looks like that match is also finished. Scores.
Yeah, do you know who won that tie?
No, I don't. I'm just looking at Croquet scores, but no.
I actually saw that last hoop being run, but I just can't remember who actually ran it to win the game.
Oh, did you? No, I didn't see it. You mean you were watching 2 games at once? That was very clever of you.
Well, clearly I wasn't watching well enough, because I can't remember who ran the hoop. But no, that was an excellent game of croquet to watch, because it was when you're playing someone so proficient at the game, to be able to battle through and get 5 hoops from them. There's not too many other players in the world that can get that close to Robert Fletcher.
I think that if all of the attempts at all of the hoops by either player were successful, the score would be very different. But we saw Robert fail quite a few hoops that we thought he was definitely going to run, and the same with Damien. So it's no shame to either of them to do that. It happens to everybody, but wouldn't it be wonderful if we could all run the hoop when we meant to?
Well, you're tempted to say yes, but then you think, well, if everybody played perfect croquet, we wouldn't be able to play croquet at all, because there'd be no game to play. It's mistakes that make the game. Otherwise, it would just be whoever won the coin toss would win the game. Yes, we certainly saw some lucky and unlucky things.
So I'm wondering if the Malcolm Fletcher Barry Jennings game is likely to start soon, if we could watch that one. I don't know which court that will be on. That seems to be...
Yeah, I think as well there was Jamie Gumbel. Yeah, here we go. We've just been told we're going to court 3 with Owen Dickinson and Brett McHardy. 1-1 in games
Okay.
going into their third match. So I'm unsure where we're going to pick this game up
Excellent.
from just at the moment. But we get to watch the deciding game of this tie.
Well, that'll be a good match. Owen Dickinson is a local. Owen's one of
Yeah, I'm
the
unsure which court we're
players
looking at.
who
Okay.
does a lot of work keeping the courts up. Court 3? Ah, well, there's nobody
so
on court 3. Oh, sorry, court 2. Here we go.
Which one's court 2?
Yeah,
The one right in front of us here.
Janine played. Yeah. Well, nobody on that at the moment either. They haven't started yet. Brett and Janine from WA,
I think
they played in the doubles together, and I can't remember what the result was. I think it might have been that they won the plate. And as I said, Owen is one of the local players who is one of the court maintenance team, Owen and Lester. All right, here we go. Right at the beginning of the game. And looks like yellow played first.
Red looks like it's in an exceptionally good position there, and yellow is on the able to clear blue into the open court. So if yellow can get good purchase on blue here, it'll be an excellent start. So you might be more familiar with these gentlemen and can tell me who is who. Which is this, Owen, or is this Brett stalking this yellow ball?
That's Brett. That's Brett. He has a very big, hard stroke.
Okay.
And Owen also hits the ball pretty hard. That's Owen there with the French Foreign Legion bit on the back of his cap. He plays as a member of Essendon Club in a Melbourne one. But he can often be found out here on the mower or with the snipper or running the fertiliser around. So there's a lot of work being done here by people who also play the game.
What a legend. Well done, Owen. So
and Owen's wife,
Brett has
Janet,
left Owen.
Also often assistant tournament manager.
Oh, so they're helping croquet players enjoy their game all over the place in all the different roles. So Owen's going to need to hit. You can't see through him because he wasn't made of glass, but sadly he missed.
So Owen's wife, Janet, is managing this tournament. It's a bit of a family affair with Owen looking after the court and playing the game. And Brett and his wife, Janine, come across from WA to play. And you can be assured that if Brett hits the ball, it stays hit. It bounces back or it goes a long way.
Yeah, you could see the hoop. Yeah, he made the hoop spring back at that one. So after all that, Brett gets the chance to make the hoop.
Now this is Owen.
Owen. Yes. You have to keep an eye on me
because
so they've
both had a
I'll get these ones wrong. Getting their bad shots out of the way on the first hoop. Yeah.
You watch, Owen has a Irish grip. You don't often see that in association croquet, but quite a few of the golf croquet players will do that. And Brett, I think, plays with the Solomon grip. I'll check that in a minute. Yep.
Yep, there's his Solomon grip. And just off to the left.
And both of them play fairly quickly as well. You've got to be quick to spot it.
So black and blue are finding themselves both in front of the hoop, and yellow and red having to play catch up. Although yellow's shooting at the hoop, and although it hasn't gone through, is stuck right in front. I'm surprised no one's brought out a hammer for that hoop yet, because it certainly had a few bishes and bashes at it. We're going to see a jump here from Brett.
It's Owen.
Looking very likely.
Owen.
It's Owen. See, I'll get this wrong the whole time. Whoever I think it is, I should just say the other one.
So unfortunately, didn't work.
Excellent. The colours of the balls are up there now, so even I can't mess it up. Although I'll try. So will red clear? Yes, red's going to clear, and he's got it.
Yeah. They almost play the shot before the camera catches up with it. They're so quick.
Yeah. It's like they've rented this court per hour. So this ball's going to come in at a great rate of knots, hoping to knock the yellow out from in front of the hoop. Oh, and he does.
And it does.
It smacked it square in the nose. Yeah, it hit it very solidly too. So the battle for the first hoop must go on.
Yellow back to position, or yellow smacking black? Yes, yellow smacking black. Red likes to clear things.
You could feel the anger in his shot. It was like he took that clearance personally. It was like, right, I'm going to get you.
Yeah, well, you might have seen another player play deep. No.
Yeah, this could be a vicious game, this one.
Well, to start with, it looks like they're getting all these shots out, getting their swings going.
Oh, not dying wondering and having two goes at it. It smacked the stanchion, and because there was such a lovely follow through, it had a second go at running that hoop. You can see on the replay, it smacks the stanchion, comes out because of the spin on the ball, has a second go at running the hoop. Yeah, there you go. There's some power play. This is why the Magpies are not going anywhere near this court. So black set itself up because blue's there ready to do some damage on red. Another smack.
No.
This is some power play croquet here. It's like watching two Egyptians play.
It is.
Yeah.
But you can't run a hoop or make a problem for me if the ball's not there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've got all the subtlety of a giraffe on ice, although I don't know how many giraffes end up on ice. But yes, it's maybe a hippopotamus, and I'm not sure. But no subtlety, all power.
Mm-hmm.
He's popped it out.
Oh, that's
Is that enough?
Mm.
Yeah, you know that red's not going to clear black here. He's just going to hit this straight through the hoop.
He's
not even thinking of these two blokes don't mess about. Yep, no messing about with these blokes. See the hoop go through the hoop. So first blood in this deciding game to Owen. Or is it the other bloke?
No,
It's the other one, isn't it?
that's
Yeah, I
Brett.
got it right. No, I got it wrong. Of course I got it
was
wrong.
Brett. Oh, a little gentle touch on red there.
Yeah, I think he was
Yellow coming
hoping
up.
just to sneak on past it, but even if he did it, it looked like it would have gone through past the hoop. So nice position from yellow that just took enough of a right deviation at the end to make it runnable.
Oh,
So
position.
now the decision with
Play,
red. Yeah, although that one was my famous saying of went further left than a second year art student and just kept going left. So red, not even looking at black, just straight at the hoop. Nah.
Straight at the hoop, but
These blokes don't
not
mess
quite.
about, do they? Like I would have been very tempted to hit black, but nah. There's a hoop there to hit.
No. Yeah, see hoop, go hoop. Actually,
Yeah,
John
don't
Vandertail with his
complicate the game.
John did an exercise about when to go for a hoop and placed balls in various positions and took some statistics on whether you were better to clear the opponent or go for the hoop. And as long as you were within a certain distance of the hoop, you were always better to go for it yourself because you were unlikely to get another goal.
Well, that's it. You have what's called in game theory first mover advantage, where even if both balls say have a 50% chance of making the hoop, the first person to shoot has actually got a 75% chance of winning and the second one 25%, because if you have a 50% chance of making the hoop, there's a 50% chance that that other person won't even get a shot. So finishing the hoop takes them out of the game, and so you're actually 3 times more likely to make the hoop in a 50-50 chance if you're the first person to shoot. You can tell I do maths for a living, can't you?
That's the theory. That's the theory behind it, and these guys have been reading that, obviously.
Yeah, either that or they just love shooting at hoops. But you don't blame them.
That too.
It feels absolutely fantastic when you smash a hoop from halfway down the court. Oh, great shot. Managed to get hold of both balls and yeah, 3 shots in one.
Yep. I was expecting to see another clearance there.
I suspect we might see one this time.
I think so.
No. We're going either at red or the hoop. It could be a double of red in the hoop, which could be the tempting shot.
I think he's saying you won't get it with yellow, so I'm going to shift red. It was a bit of an each-way bet.
Yeah, and the horse ran 5th.
Oh, well. Well, there's a different game strategy now for this hoop.
Yeah, well, compared to the last game, it's just a totally different strategy, full stop, with both these guys being power players compared to the more subtle and touch players of we saw in the last game.
But even the last hoop was different from this.
Yeah.
That's a nice
So
clear.
blue gets a nice contact on, nice contact on red.
But red is next to play.
Yeah, so he's cleared the ball out of order, which is not a bad tactical ploy because he can actually double up on that and clear red with black if red goes in front of the hoop. So Brett could be tempted here to actually shoot at the hoop, which very well might have been what he was trying to do there.
And you wouldn't have thought perhaps red clear blue because blue goes to the boundary, red stays on the right side of the hoop and it's not able to turn around and come back because it's not next to play. Have I got that back to front? Seemed to me.
No, that's correct. So that was close to a good shot. When that happens, I call the Mitsubishi Colts because when I was at uni, I had a red Mitsubishi Colt, and I remember one day pulling up at the traffic lights next to a red Ferrari, feeling very poor and student-like. And so whenever a shot pulls up next to a good shot, almost a good shot, and pulls up right next to it, I call it a Mitsubishi Colt.
Sounds like a good example. My first car was a standard 10. It's probably not even a car that you've heard of, but I drove it into a friend's driveway. I didn't know where reverse was.
So Owen has managed to slot the blue ball into the jaws of the hoop. So he's going to be... He's got to be happy with that. I'm not sure where red is, but black's going to be all over yellow.
Can black see yellow?
Yes, and red just came flying through, and I don't think it hit anything, no. So yellow will look to clear. Beg your pardon, black will be looking to push yellow a little bit away to deny it its jump shot.
Ooh.
So
Well, it's
not too bad because the thing is, though, that if he gets it wrong and puts blue through, he hands a nice advantage to blue. I think it was a jumpy, shoddy thingy that is best left on the cutting room floor.
Yeah, well, he's now...
So this will be blue's.
Offside.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that blue's going to run it.
Yeah, no one's come across to see the shot that red's got through the next hoop so that he can play some tomfoolery and put blue exactly where red would like to travel to the next hoop. And you sent the yellow ball back over to the naughty spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's any great value in me trying to block red's path because it can travel well clear of whatever you do there. I think it'd be better to just let himself close to the boundary so he's got a better angle himself.
Yeah, that's a great shot from red too. If Brett had the opportunity to pick up the red and walk across the court and place it down, he couldn't have placed it much better.
It's pretty good. Black's feeling obliged to hit it. No, it's just... Is that hard enough to move it?
Oh, great shot.
Yeah.
Blue still has a shot on it, so blue will have a ping at red. It'll be a good shot if it hits, and it could very well even friendly fire and hit black. But you know that Owen won't die wondering. He'll wind up and give it the old bash.
It's just checking what it's got, and he's got a double of red and black.
Yep.
I hope this isn't the one that we all know that you knock your own ball, completely misread.
Nah, never happens. That was played with a lot more subtlety than I expected.
Yes, they both came out firing, but it's just quietened down now. Score of 1-1.
Yeah. Yeah, they're both similar styles of players. So there you go. Lovely run all the way down. Are we going to see 2 in 1 here? No. Almost one of those that was almost too well run, because it gives... I'm surprised here that Brett, is it Brett? No, Owen doesn't get red marked in because it's behind the hoop. Sorry,
yes,
Owen didn't
important.
get Brett to mark that red ball in because he could play down here and end up wired.
That's right. Just looking at Croquet scores now, Chaz was the winner of the Chaz and Gerda match, so Chaz will now play Robert, and Jamie Gumbrell beat Andy Barbero from Garata, and so Jamie will be playing the winner of this match. And in the Gary Phipps Richard Parks match, Gary Phipps won, and so we don't know who he's going to be playing.
Yeah, so that's a thing to be aware of for, again, club players or new players. If your opponent ends up on the wrong side of the hoop, say in this case where red is, or anywhere on that side of the hoop, pay attention to where the spot is where you can place a ball where the hoop stops them from being able to hit them like that. Because if they make the mistake of going behind the hoop, it gives you a very good opportunity to use the hoop to your advantage. But gee whiz, that was a big, hard shot there. The only problem with it was that although he cleared black, his ball went even further than the ball he cleared. Whoa, stop.
Still a great clearance, yeah.
Yeah, especially given that the black has just gone one roll too many and taken the angle away from the hoop there.
Yes, that was unlucky, as he would only have to deal with yellow.
I think,
and black could run.
Yeah, I think if he had his last 90 seconds of life over, he might have not tried to approach as aggressively, because that's always the risk if you try and put your ball 10 centimetres in front of the hoop. It doesn't take too much to get for the angle to become impossible to run. And we know both of these gents can run hoops from 3 and 4 yards away. So he might have regretted trying to be so aggressive, because you can see where blue is very runnable and a lot easier to position than when black is. So it looks like he endures it though. So I suspect we might see a spectacular jump here. Yeah, here comes the jump.
Oh,
unlucky. The yellow ball came down on top of the black ball, and because the black ball was the first ball or the ball closest to the hoop, and they both went through, the black scores the hoop. But it was a great attempt. It just unfortunately came down on top of the black ball.
So that makes the score 2-2.
Yep, we're on Desmond. That's a nice approach shot. And we've seen generally these gentlemen will play their first ball in to position, so the red into position, and then with their second ball, in this case the yellow, look to clear the first ball in from their opposition, in this case the blue one. But red was left a little bit short. No, so he's going to do something a little bit unorthodox and clear this yellow.
Mm. And get up
So
to
not
the
many
next two.
players would have.
So he's banking on.
Yeah, not many players.
He's banking
Not
on
many
a miss
players
here,
would have. Yeah, not many players would have taken that shot, but he managed to play it well because, like you said, now his partner ball is up towards hoop 6, but it all comes down to this shot. If yellow hits, so now it looks like a great decision.
It was a good move.
He's still got to run it though.
Well, he could afford to do that because the red didn't have hoop running position.
Yeah, it's very correct. And it's these kind of little plays that can turn these close games around on their head, because if Owen gets a nice run on this, he's got 2 balls then down at the next hoop, and he's in a prime position to get on a run.
It should be
3-2 to Owen.
So 4-1.
It'll be. Is it 4-1 or is it 3-2?
3-2. 3-2. Any advance on 3-2?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, so Owen's in a very good position on this hoop. I can't remember where yellow is.
Well, he's just explaining that his black isn't offside because it came off yellow.
Is that what that interaction was about? If yellow is along that line that he was looking, it does have a nice double on the hoop and blue. So Owen might be looking to play in to prevent that double. Look at it. Oh, yeah, he can look at Brett down there going, I can see a spectacular shot here. He's going to have a right go of this. We could be seeing a spectacular outcome here. So in it comes. Oh, so close. So close.
That was close.
That was a mighty fine effort. You could see him swinging his arms in expectations of that one. You could see the glory on it. Yeah. But it just missed.
And this is runnable, isn't it? It's not on the leg. Yeah, so yellow's now offside. No. So it was a gamble, but it was a worthwhile one.
Yeah, well, that was why these plays can be can swing matches, because these two gentlemen are quite evenly matched, And so a swing of two hoops can be the difference in the game. Because the first game went to Brett 7-4, and then the second one went to Owen 7-6. So they've been fighting each other like rabid dogs the whole afternoon. You can imagine no quarter's been given. So black approaching, and then he'll back himself to hit the red with the blue. Yellow pulling up short. So if Owen can hit red here, which he misses. No. So Brett will be breathing a sigh of relief there, because at 4-2, Owen really would have been putting the pressure on. Whereas here, if Brett can run this hoop nice and cleanly, before you know it, we could be back to 4-all. But at the moment, it's 4-2. Yeah, he's run that one powerfully.
No question about that. So 4-3. The score needs to be fixed on the screen. 4-3. Thank you.
This time, Owen's waited for Brett to mark his ball in before he approaches to see if he can get a wire. We're going to need it to bend to the left if it's going to wire from there.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
This is court 2. It doesn't bend to the left.
No. Ronald Reagan designed this court. Stays always off to the right.
No, it's a very tricky court to play on, this one. Here it goes, starting to turn. Yeah.
So we'll see if the last ball down this end of the court can get a position that will satisfy the mullet holder.
That's better.
So at least blue's in a position to run the hoop now.
Yeah. And red is lining up to clear it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a miss. Mm. So now normal behaviour from these two, this will be a big clearance. It won't be a second ball going
in. I think that went better in his brain.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm the type of player there that, your ball's up the other end of the court. I'm just going to put 2 balls in front.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy to let my opponent play the spectacular shots. It'll be interesting to see what Brett decides to do here, because
He can hide.
He's going for the setup. Yeah, he's going for the setup. So that's a good, that the court's been kind to him that
the
time.
curl, but it kept curling.
I think it curled. Yeah, I think it curled just a little bit too far.
The other way. Yeah.
Yeah, so who knows what kind of physics is happening on this court. Maybe you need to get Stephen Hawking to investigate. Oh, no, he passed away, didn't he? Bless his soul.
Yeah, I don't think he's investigating much
Of
now.
course, Stephen Hawking himself enjoyed playing croquet before he was confined to his wheelchair. Famous scene in his semi-autobiographical movie, or his biographical movie, of him playing croquet.
All the best people play croquet.
Oh, of course.
Ooh.
Decided that the hoop was going to be shot at.
Hmm. That's an awkward position for both
So
of
now
them.
Brett has to tick it through in his mind what he could possibly do here that will give him the advantage
This
at
is
this hoop.
Owen's
Owen.
doing the ticking through.
I should just start calling the colours of the balls.
Yeah, that'd be easier. Okay.
A very controlled clearance compared to some of the other ones we've seen in this game.
Very nifty.
So Owen's going to set up here and back himself to clear red, it seems. He wanted to get a wire from yellow, but didn't quite. But it doesn't really matter because yellow hasn't shot at him anyway. They're both just taking position. So it almost comes down to if he can hit this cross-court clearance. If he misses this, then yellow will make the hoop.
Isn't yellow a little bit angly?
Oh
no, yellow's
it's pretty
yellow's
straight.
quite good.
Yeah.
No, it's
No,
fine. I was thinking it hadn't come up far enough. So red will say goodbye to black.
Parting is such sweet sorrow. So he got red about 2/3 of the width of the court away, but for these gentlemen, nowhere is far enough away. Oh, that was a fraction off.
This is an opportunity now for Brett to level the score.
Yep, glorious opportunity. I don't think he'll waste this one. You can see him really concentrating on where he wants to hit that ball, and that's exactly where he wanted to hit it, straight through the hoop. So we're all tied up. This one looks like it's going to go down to the wire. At 4-all, this is always a very important hoop because if a clean run can be made at this hoop and not only make hoop 9, but also get good position and control at hoop 10, very quickly it can go from a 4-all game to a 6-4 game in a blink of an eye. So this is a very important stage of the match and the whole tie.
A little more difficult for Owen in that situation. He had the longest shots to get position for the hoop. Brett's down here behind hoop 8, so it's a lot easier for him.
Is he going to approach or is he going to shoot at blue? He's going to approach.
Approaching, look at that.
Probably hoping as well. Yeah, probably hoping to get a block, but he's just going to stop a little bit short. So will we see continuing aggressive play by Owen and an attempt at the hoop, or will he clear red? He's going at the hoop.
That red one. Oh, no, look at him. No, it's going the hoop. No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Like we said at the start, see the hoop, hit the hoop.
Yeah. Hit through the hole.
Yes.
Oh, dear.
It could be an attractive in-off there. Yeah. So will he go straight at the hoop or will he look to play it in off the blue?
I think it might be a little bit too angly for that. I think it's a hoop.
No.
Just came back.
Yep.
Right, well, black's lining up to hit something.
Yeah, it'll be yellow.
Yeah, yes. It'll be dead centre. He doesn't want to be a mile away.
Well, I suspect his plan will be to make the hoop with blue if it's still there, which it might be because black could have fortuitously ended up between yellow and blue.
Brett's having a good look at it.
Yeah, there's a whole gamut of potential outcomes from this shot. And that was the least spectacular of all those possible outcomes.
Yeah, you do expect them to hit something the way they've been hitting. Yeah. And blue looks to be quite angly on the hoop. A miss on the hoop could leave things over the red. So I think he's looking to hit red. No? He's waiting for somebody else to walk past.
Yeah, the referee was like, I want to have a look at this. Yeah, I can't tell what he's shooting at there. It seems like red, perhaps. We'll find out, though. The future will tell us.
Short, sharp shot on the red.
Good shot. Good shot.
And it's through. And up towards the next hoop, I think.
Yep. And so Owen takes the advantage coming into the back straight in this match.
5-4 to Owen.
Oh, yeah. And I think Brett will be slightly disappointed at where that ball has ended up residing. He would have much preferred it to be in a hoop running position, but it is defending the closed side of the court. Oh, here's this lovely shot again.
Here's a red ball.
Off the red, through the hoop. Oh, black almost went
Ah,
through
there
the
we
hoop.
didn't see it. Yeah, we didn't see that. We went for the replay, but that's a brilliant position.
Yeah. Like we said, sometimes
looks-
croquet, luck can just be your friend.
Can be, but I think red's got a good line on it. Owen wasn't very happy when he went up to have a look. Oh dear.
It depends on how much he can get of it. Anyway, we'll see what Owen's got in plan here. He could be trying to jump and knock black through here. Oh, well, at least it's got rid of the threatening yellow. So even if red clears this, yellow isn't there to take advantage of it.
Mm. And black can come back.
Oh,
dear.
he's put it through.
That's 6.
The sad
6
tail.
4.
Yeah, when he goes on Millionaire Hot Seat, he can tell Eddie Maguire all about the time that he put the black ball through.
We've all got stories like that.
Anyway,
I bet you have too.
I blocked them out. My therapist helps me. But the game's not over
mental
yet.
Game is very much part of it.
Yep. Brett won't be giving up just yet until... Yep, Owen's on 6.
I'm just waiting for the score to be fixed.
Woo, blue, woo, blue. Owen, with a look of disgust at himself. He knew that all he had to do was place that ball because his partner ball, the black, was in a position to send yellow off into outer space. But fortunately, Owen has got a good clearance on both of these red and yellow balls. 2 good stop shots, and he'll be in a great position to close out this match.
We've seen Brett do some amazing things with these clearances, so you never know. It's not over till the fat lady
this is the time for it. No, this is the time for it. And he's put the yellow.
Oh, look at that.
Has he managed to block it? I think red can
It could
just
be a block
seen.
They're so close together, sometimes you end up knocking 2.
Yeah, we'll find out. Yeah, he's managed to get it, but only to that near boundary. So Brett's still in with a shout of pulling off the beginnings of his comeback here. Going at the hoop, and he's got it.
Yeah.
What a shot. Pressure shot. He had to make that. There was no doubt about that. If he missed that, Owen was going to be favourite to win, but he smacked that through. I don't know how far down it's gone, but he's going to have a spring in his step after that one. Talk about a turnaround. And red's right down there.
Shot,
that was a big play. So if yellow can get good position here and red can do a clearance, we could be back up to the golden hoop to decide. But first, it's got to close this one out. All right. So Brett's eyes have lit up here. Red dispatches black. Oh, I think he would have liked a better clearance, but he did get hold of it somewhat. More twists and turns.
We've just learned that they're planning to change at the end of this game to watch Curtis Mead playing Penny Morrison McGill on court 1, and will be relieved from the commentary by Peter Freer and Marty Clark, and they'll review the state of play in these matches. But we've still got a cliffhanger here, 6-5 to Owen Dickinson over Brett McCarty.
That's a nice positioning of the yellow ball there.
And
So
still a very nice
yellow
positioning.
dispatches black. Yeah, so if Owen now can get a similarly good stop shot on blue, he will have taken control of this hoop. So
he's the only one with the ball in front
remain
at the
close to
moment.
that hoop. Yeah. And it's in a pretty good position where it prevents yellow from coming in front of the hoop, because if yellow comes in front of the hoop, blue's going to be all over it. So yellow's got to come up with some other plan other than plomp in front of the hoop. So whether he decides to... Sorry, Red's to play next anyway.
That's
What
Red.
am I
Red's
mumbling on about? Yeah, the same thing though.
We
If
just
Red
went up to look
pops
at
in front of the
yellow.
hoop, yeah.
Yeah.
If Red goes in front of this
It's
hoop,
just
blue's going to be all over it.
Yeah.
So what's he decided to do? Yeah, he must be backing himself to
He's
hit blue
put it
with
in
yellow.
Mm. Well, black will be in by then.
Yeah. So again,
It's a
it's
good
one of these
position.
situations where it comes down to
Yep.
the clearance that yellow can affect on blue here.
Mm.
He's managed to do it.
Beautiful shot.
Very close to wired too. It is wired. That couldn't have been put in any better position for Brett.
Mm. Now that's luck. I mean, it's skill because he cleared it, but it's luck.
Yep. Sometimes croquet and life just have fortunate serendipity for you.
Okay, so he's looking at
Brett's still...
hoop 13 now.
Yeah, Brett's still got to make this hoop. We saw Robert Fletcher miss one from closer, so it's not guaranteed yet. It is now.
Owen was playing for we're going to hoop 13, which we are, 6-all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Red is in a little bit of a tricky position there. It didn't get the best run through the hoop, so it won't have the clearest shot down to 13. But after the position he found himself in, he's going to be pretty happy to be down to the last hoop of the last match to decide who goes through to the quarterfinals.
Yes, he would be pleased with that. Now we need a good position. Curling off.
Yeah, that one was a second-year art student one.
Know about that. Yeah, he will have been looking at it too, and he'll know that happens at that hoop.
Yeah.
That's a
So, as expected, yellow went. Yeah, Yeah, yellow went deeper than black because black's going to be looking to clear it.
Blue's
I
looking
think
for a
Owen
good
thinks that's short.
position.
No, it's got up there. Yeah.
It's good. Now red, now he would really like to have a clear shot. And he's going
Hitting at
for
something. Oh, he almost got his own ball. He almost got his own ball there.
Maybe that was the plan.
It almost...
Right,
you think?
Owen.
I mean, if he could have put yellow to the boundary, it allows him a boundary shot with yellow because as it stands, black's going to be putting yellow over in the corner. So you could be right. He could have been shooting as much as his own ball as anything else.
It might have been a hit and hope.
Yeah. And then when it comes, a good outcome comes of a hit and hope. It was, you are always meant to do that.
Of course.
So
Well, that's a good shot. That gives fresh. Well, it gives him the best angle to clear blue, but it keeps black in the game.
Yep. I'd certainly much rather be in Owen's position than Brett's at the moment. Good shot.
Ooh,
Even
nearly went through.
even bought he even bought a ticket in the raffle to make the hoop.
He did. And he nearly got it.
Yeah.
All right, so now we need another good position for blue because we're assuming that red's going to clear black, or is he going to run the hoop?
Oh, these are the questions that only the quarterfinalist or the eventual quarterfinalist will know.
Well, if he does pop it in, he could end up blocking the hoop from red, as long as he doesn't also block it from black.
It's quite an angled hoop, which might make red contemplate hitting black. But these gentlemen like being aggressive, so a shot from the boundary, especially after being down 6-4 and not in control of the hoop, he's now got a chance to take out this tie and get to the quarterfinals. And he's done it. What a comeback.
He did.
What an amazing comeback. He, after Brett has won, after finding himself 6-4 down and not in control of the 11th hoop and having to shoot a Hail Mary from the boundary at 6-4 to winning the tie. So that was an amazing comeback, and it shows that even when you think it's all over and you're out, it's not the case in croquet. It's a wonderful game between these two gentlemen and a great way for Serena and I to finish our commentary stint off. So we'll hand it back over to Pete and Marty.
It's me, Wade.
I'm sorry.
It's
Trish. That's the end for Trish and I.
It's all right, Peter.
And we'll hand it over. We'll hand it over to Peter and Marty, who'll wrap up all the results, and will show us a plate game to finish off the day. So thank you very much, and I'll talk to everyone again tomorrow. Bye.
All right. Thanks for your company. Bye.
Hello, Mr. Freer. How are you?
Hello, Marty. Always good to be here.
It's good. So we're reviewing the X here at the moment.
Yes.
And to update that, we've got a finish with Brett and Owen, 7-6 in the third. Takes Brett through to the next round to play against Jamie.
Yes, and Brett came back. Owen was up 6-4,
Yep.
and then Brett got the last 3 hoops.
Yes, he did. Including the last one from the boundary.
Yes. As you said, Brett's not one to turn down a chance for a big shot.
No, that's right.
Otherwise, Gary Phipps got through fairly comfortably against Richard Parks. Richard was playing on fire. He had a particularly good playoff series to make it into the knockout.
Mm-hmm.
And he was still playing well, but Gary was having a really good game himself.
Yep.
And this is one of the ones where, even though the score was 7-1, the first game apparently was pretty even.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good. And David Scott and Kevin Miglin still going? I believe
Yes.
Kevin's in control up there in the third game, though.
Yes. Barry cleaned up Leicester, who thought he'd recovered from long COVID, but may not be quite back to form.
Mm. Yeah. Malcolm beat you.
I gave him a bit of opposition, but
Yeah, quite a
he's
bit of
just too
opposition.
good. He's a good hitter, and he did some beautiful in-offs.
Yep.
I like in-offs, but he makes it look simple.
Yep. Jamie finished off Andy's great competition.
Yes, it's good to see these new players who are here for the first time ever,
Yep.
but playing well, making the knockout.
Yep. Quite a few little regional Victorian bandits turned up at this event.
Yes. So were they people who'd been to your HPM sessions?
No, they were on my list, but I never got around to catching up with Andy or Damien or what's the other fella? Was in
Phil
singles.
Garujo.
Yeah, Phil. Yes.
Yeah. So Owen and Brett we've just covered. So Brett's through.
Yep.
Chaz.
Beat Gerda in a very close match, which was entertaining.
Yes.
Yes, and the double banking got in the way of Robert and Damien quite a bit during the game,
Right.
which was so there's some interesting by-play there.
Yeah. Well, you're never sure which Chaz is going to turn up. There's Chaz the unbeatable, who just is imperious, and then there's Chaz who fluffs things.
Yes, I think there was a bit of both going on in that game.
Yeah. I think Gerda said in the second game he just got on song and stayed there.
Yes.
And Robert Fletcher beat Damien Hadfield.
Yes, and again, that's probably not a fair indication of the standard of the game by that score. Okay.
So this is one of the plate games where Penny Morrison McGill from down Mornington is playing.
Yes, Penny was at one of my training sessions, little pocket rocket that she is.
Yeah.
And Curtis was down in Tasmania for that one. Oh, it's a very nice little shot, just tickling the yellow. Probably not going to help overly much though.
No, I mean, it probably exposes it for black, but
Yeah. Yes.
so Curtis did very well in the under-21s back in January, and then went over and played well in New Zealand.
Yep.
He was unlucky not to make the finals.
Played very well in both the doubles and the singles over there, I believe.
Yeah.
And looks like he may have nailed a nice little block there.
Yep. So here's another example of the new talent showing up at the Australian Open.
Yes, and as was noted earlier today, the average age of the event is probably the lowest it's ever been. Not just with the not just with the under-21s who are playing in it, but also with some of the younger regional players and the Fletchers joining back in again.
Yep.
So Penny's taking this quite seriously, as you should. And it was a good enough block.
Worked. And it's always a bit of a thing where you hit a nice ball and then you're promoted the oppo ball down towards the next hoop.
So the courts have been playing pretty well, and we haven't had any of the famous Canley wind so far in this event.
We've had gusts of it in a couple of days in the doubles. But yeah, it's been fairly benign. Just lots of rain for the doubles, but that's held off for the singles.
Yep. So nice hoop, just runs past the next one. There's a fair bit of repair done out there on an old peg hole or a sprinkler hole during the Robert and Damien game.
So now Curtis just wants to put red into wide position from blue. Looks pretty good from here. Might just be
less
open.
good from there.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
Penny going in tight.
Ooh.
A bit long.
Well, I've been past a note. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Okay. So, yeah, so the score showing up in the top left-hand corner of the screen is showing 3-1. It should actually be 4-1 now. Thank you. So I can see a little bit of David Scott and Kevin playing in the X in the background.
The remaining X game. Looks like they're up to hoop 9. I don't have any idea what the score is though.
Oh, a lot of moving parts there. And a near miss.
John Vandertower doing refereeing duties, having not made the knockout.
Made the playoff, but not the knockout.
Yep.
So Curtis is now in a good position to go to a 5-1 lead. Let's see what happens.
Oh,
Yeah.
into the right hand leg and reject.
And rejected. Yep.
Particularly nice socks, Marty.
I believe so. Well, I haven't had a good look at them.
Well, what with Ethan? Ethan's a sock competitor.
Yes. Yes, Ethan was itching to get in here and do commentary after his Pikachu run around the courts earlier in the day.
But he and Jamie are doing a very good job doing cowing analysis for Marty.
Yeah, well, hang on. Hopefully they're doing a very good job. Not 100% convinced.
We use that a bit at Canberra.
And I've got their attention by saying that. He's just about giving himself whiplash. His head came around so quick.
So Blues just come back in and too long. It's very hard on these lawns to get the exact position you're after.
Yes, even without the wind. So there's a whole row of dodgy looking under 21 types looking in the window here.
Well, that's what you want. I mean, in England they can't control the grass. It's often too wet to mow. So you can stop a ball wherever you want to.
Yep.
Nice clearance by Red. So Penny's got to make a good clearance with black, or yellow will have another go at the hoop.
Mm-hmm. Well, note has just come in and may have missed the block, I think.
Just missed. So Curtis will go the hoop.
Yep, that's a much better view of uninterrupted. And
another reject.
That was interesting because it looked like the yellow ball actually left the ground as it got to the hoop there.
It did. One of the features of these lawns is this little pockets, maybe where moss got killed. So if you start across the lawn, you'll start going up and down, and then you can hit the other ball or the hoop in the air.
Just giving Penny something to think about anyway.
You can block, she can block yellow on black or yellow on the hoop, but it's hard to block both without sending your ball a long way down. But of course, black plays before yellow.
very deceptive from this angle that we're looking at on the video here. Ah, that's better. So Blake's going to go and snuggle up to the hoop. Very nicely.
Nicely done. It's so easy to hit the near leg, and that pops you out past the hoop and opens it up again.
Yep, taking the easy clearance.
And the thing about Canley is that they do like packing the hoops with sphagnum moss, so you can get hills if you don't keep pounding it down.
Okay.
And so often a delicate little shot like trying to get in a hoop, you can just hill off and not get in. Nice long shot. So I think we're about to find out how well Curtis can jump.
Quite possibly. So we've got a bit of activity in the background, some courts, but not all courts are in use at the moment. I think there's another round of plate games coming on.
They're trying to get 2 done in the short blocks and 3 done in the big block. So that'll leave 3 in the short blocks and 4 in the bigger block tomorrow. And then playoffs, and hoping to get the first round of the quarterfinals through for the plate.
Oh, so we're having quarterfinals in the plate.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we were never clear how many people were going to play in the plate. And so in the end, it turned out to be 20. And so rather than have 4 short blocks with not many games each, it's 3 larger blocks. And if you only take the semi-finals, that means only the top person in each block goes through plus 1 lucky second. This way, 2 people from each block go through plus 2 lucky thirds.
Right.
More playoffs.
Okay.
Oh,
very
great.
nice.
A great jump.
Okay.
So he can jump?
He can jump. And we only got to see it going through the top of the hoop from an angle. We didn't see the whole thing
So
in
that
action.
makes it 5-1.
Oh,
good
instant
replay.
Very nice.
Thanks, Scarlett.
Okay, so we've got plate finals and quarterfinals.
Yeah.
What's happening in the consolation? Are they once they're eliminated, do they get any more play? Or
There's you can still get play, and just like same thing will happen in the plate. Even after the plate blocks are finished, the ones who don't make the final can play in AZ. It doesn't, it's not part of the official competition, but it's a chance to get more games in against quality opposition.
Okay, Penny looked a bit distracted there, looking up in the sky.
There must be a plane going past.
Yeah, well, we are occasionally in the flight path.
Under the flight path, no.
Well, we don't. Well, yeah, some of us are taller than others.
So blue missed yellow.
Ah. So what are we looking at here? I didn't see the position that yellow was in.
It's right in front of the
Right in front of the hoop. So I think there's something strange going on, like he's about to play black. And someone's just made him aware of that, yes. So rather than what he had planned there for black clearing red, which would have been very incorrect, he's now gone snuggle and he may have failed.
He tried the block and was short. And again, that's the point on those lawns. They're so fast that it's hard to get it exactly where you want to. Whereas in England, the trivial lawns, you can put it where you want.
So you had to get that trivial comment in, didn't you?
I did.
Is that for Peter Landry? He likes that.
Yep.
Oh, it's my offsider. Ethan's just been giving me the thumbs up that he reckons he's done a very good job of the cowing analysis of the game between Kevin and David, which has just finished in the X. We don't have a score, but funnily enough, Ethan would. He could be telling us. Okay. So apparently we've got the dodgy sound machine. But there were better options, but we got the weaker one. But so we had a bit of an interruption, and Peter dashed off during that, and now he's come back. Okay. Very good. Still having a few sound issues. Yep, got the thumbs up again. There's certainly a lot less buzzing in my ears than there was a minute ago. Oh, very nice. Yeah, well, it's never a failure to run a hoop. But
So in case my sound was off while I was saying that, the other match, Kevin has won 7-2 in the third against David Scott. So Kevin goes through.
okay,
Very good jump shot on it.
very good. I look forward to reading the review. Very, very happy looking.
When you dribble through a hoop like that, is at least you aren't in the devil's spot.
Mm. So we're still messing around with the sound here. Are we all good? Excellent. Okay. Okay.
So big clearance. He's going to get blue on the rebound.
It'd be nice if that counted sometimes.
Yep. Brett would be happy.
Yeah. Yes, he wouldn't be the only one, but
So it's interesting that players like Curtis and Ethan have a lot of foot movement when they're trying to get set in their process. You see a lot of twitching and adjusting and weight going up and down, toes lifting. So yellow is hampered.
can
He
we
hit
say
it all the
anything
way
about
down,
Addison
but
while
it's
we're
gone
doing
long.
that? Can we say anything about Addison while we're talking about feet movement? Does he have much feet movement?
I think Addison's main problem is that if he hasn't played a game for a while, he goes off.
Ah, and he
was
hasn't had
bitterly
very many games
complaining
today.
that he hadn't played since 9 o'clock and he had to play Fran.
Ah.
And Penny gets a nice hoop, making it 6-2. Bit of a twist to the mallet at the
Yes.
end of the stroke.
Okay, so Curtis put up a good ball across, and we'll be on easy street.
A bit
Little
short. So now I'm always tempted to try and nudge red up with my yellow, but it's not really
Yeah,
what you call a 100% shot, and you're often probably better just putting the ball where it should be.
but at
Put the yellow
6-2,
ball.
6-2 ups now the times to mess around with it though, rather than when things are even.
Yep. And you don't want to be hitting it too hard anyway, so even if you don't hit red, and that's what he's tried to
what
do,
he tried
he's
to
just
do when
nudged
he
it
got
up a
bit of
foot
it.
or two, and that makes a big difference in the angle. So Penny's opted to come in rather than try and clear.
She's falling into Curtis's trap,
And it's gone a bit long, so no block.
but still a runner.
So Curtis for hoop 9 for the win.
Yep.
And watching the feet. Bit of a twitch. Looks very stable now.
He is.
Very careful. And rejected.
Yep.
Went in, came out.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but yeah, would have liked to have got that finished and got off. Nice little stop shot.
Get rid of red and get in front of the hoop.
Yep. Try to generate some hoop pressure. Get back into the game. So yellow is going to clear the blue.
Yeah, he's not opting for the hoop and the big play.
Mm-hmm.
Very neat clearance to the border.
So blue needs to have some sort of meaningful shot. Put a little bit of pressure on red's shot at black and or double if there is one. That's pretty good.
Not quite the block, but a very useful position to be in anyway.
She looks very calm on the boundary there.
Mm.
She's probably going internally berserk.
Well, you can't afford to dwell on the score. You just play each hoop now as it comes.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Just nicks black. Doesn't get the in off. Goes a long way down the court.
Well, it's handy having a ball down there that's legal just in case.
Mm. So now she's opting to clear yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you just put a second ball in as a runner, yellow can only clear one of them.
Yes. A little bit of a bounce there. Bit of one of your mossy holes, perhaps?
Yep. Ex-mossy.
Ex-mossy holes. There's plenty of moss over on, what's that one over there?
The
7 and 8.
8, 9 and 10.
8 and 9.
Yeah, what happened is they were going to spray, but their sprayer broke down. And now they're in the unhappy situation. They can't work out whether to repair the thing or to get a contractor in.
Mm.
So they opted for a contractor and he didn't turn up.
Well, that's a bit unfortunate. So, blue trying to stay in the game. Nicely
Lovely
done.
hoop. So clearing yellow worked for her then.
Yes,
Hmm.
but of course red is up there most of the way towards the next hoop, and it's legal being up there. So there'll be hopefully a good positioning for red and a lot of pressure on blue and black. Yep, we'll call that a good positioning.
If you had to attack it, she's in a great position to do that.
She's a long way away. Oh, that
Yep.
doesn't look like it's going to get there.
No. And she's, I think, put a block in on herself with blue.
Mm. Yes.
So this is the second day in a row with sunshine, no rain.
Yeah, it's probably unheard of in Melbourne, I would think. Coming from the sunny west.
Like Cairo, where it only rains one day in November.
Is that right?
They get very excited. The rest of the year they're living off the Nile.
Oh, very good. Okay, blue's coming in, and that looks...
Oh!
Oh, there you go.
Great hoop. Really nice hoop. And that's the advantage of what we call a Levick double. You're either going to hit red or you're running the hoop.
Yep.
A lot of mallet twirl going on there, but it worked.
Yep. Yeah, very nice. Staying in the game.
Nice replay.
Start to build a bit of pressure. Yep.
So
I'm
that
getting
makes
nods
it
from outside, so then we must be onto it.
Yeah, 4-6.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting claps now. There's a few under 21s who want to come in and do commentary. So they're being very friendly. Okay, it's a nice red. It's maybe not so good a black. Probably good enough yellow. Let's see if
Black's a
let's see
runner.
if Penny can run another hoop from distance.
I think she'll be going for yellow. Black can run it. It's in the V.
My perception on the screen is a little different to what I'm seeing when I'm up there in the window, but you seem to be adapting quite nicely.
Mm.
You've done this a few times.
And video games.
Oh, video games. Oh, no, trying to clear red. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, nicked red, but red's still very easy range of black.
Yes, in the earlier match between Fletcher and Hadfield, I think Damien had 3 where he hit long shots and pushed Robert into a better position, which is not something you want to do with Robert.
And that's the match.
Yep,
7-4.
That's that one. 7-4, good win for Curtis. Good experience for Penny to be here playing. And we look forward to seeing who's coming on next. A game on 3 finished just a few minutes ago between John Dopell and Mary McMahon. I don't know who won that one. And there doesn't seem to be a whole lot going on out there at the moment. What was that? Oh, dropped my phone. Is there another game coming on?
Final look at the Croquet scores. This is what we're going to see tomorrow, and we'll clock in tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Commentary will start to, live stream will start tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So can you guys announce that when you turn to your con?
Okay. Still off. Okay, so the day is coming to an end. The streaming will resume at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So to recap.
Yep, to recap, so we've got Robert Fletcher playing Chaz Quinn tomorrow, Brett McCarty and Jamie Gumbrell, Malcolm Fletcher and Barry Jennings, and that will be Kevin McGlynn and Gary Phipps.
So that's the main event, the X, also the
Yep. There'll be consolation games going on for players who are still in and wanting to play, and the plate will be still running.
So the consolation event, the winners today were Richard Hinks and Ethan Gumbrell. Ethan beat Shane Downey.
Oh, really? Ethan beat Shane Downey?
Yeah, he was lucky out here. Richard Hinks beat Steve Burns. Mark Scruton and Karen Bisley apparently having a ding-dong battle still in progress, and Helen Gumman and Malcolm Powys are still in progress. So this is the first year we've had a consolation event. It's a new innovation by the high performance manager, Marty Clark.
Oh, was it? Well, Pete Landry was driving it to me that we should incorporate it. So we did ask.
You joined at the hip.
And thank you.
So you don't just have a knockout and then the plate. You actually have an intervening event to give that range of people more experience at best of threes.
That's correct. More best of threes. Yep. We did it in the doubles as well earlier.
Yeah, and that worked well.
Yes.
And then, of course, the plate. There's 20 players in the plate playing in 3 blocks. That's still underway. They've only played 2 or 3 rounds today. Tomorrow we'll see another 3 rounds and 4 in the big block. They'll then have playoffs to resolve who goes through into the quarterfinal, which will be played tomorrow afternoon as well. If possible, we'd like to also play the semi. They're just single 19-point games. And then the final will be on Sunday morning. But there's been a lot of pressure from players who want to be able to see the actual final. And so they don't want to still be playing and when the final's on.
Yes, it's always good to have lots of play, but it's also good to watch the final.
Exactly. So we're trying to find a happy compromise.
Yep.
So that's play at Canley.
Yep, that's it.
Yes, it does. And he's locked in, but what a goal!